What is up, folks? Welcome, greetings, happy Friday, and all that. It is time for the year's first Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game Friday night bonus stream. The opponent, Space Hoppercopter, Goaty, Itinerant Soldier, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else. Welcome, welcome. I'm excited. I am anxious. I'm ready to have a good time. These streams always are. But there's always, there's an amount of trepidation with regards to what games are going to be played, what the experience is going to be like, and what manner of technical problems we are going to be having tonight. Because I feel like, as usual, it's not really a matter of if, it's a matter of how things are going to absolutely implode. But hey, that's part of the experience. Shout out to the bot viewers. I mean, hey, we're all friends here, right? We're all friends who will partake in a friendly round of, well, I was going to say beating the shit out of each other, but we're not really going to do that. I'm going to hopefully beat the shit out of some CPU opponents, but they will in turn most certainly beat the shit out of me. But that's fine. That's why we're here. Hey, what's up, Sword Fam? Bot checking in. All right. Appreciate it. Been a while. Stream schedule was a little bit irregular over the holidays and surrounding time frame. There was a bit of an unintentional delay with the time limit for the community challenge to fund this stream. That was it expired and I didn't restart it, but that was fine. It kind of worked out well with a little bit of a break over the new year and everything. But we're here. We're ready. It's a new year of Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Games. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think I thought to myself, I was going over some VODs recently. I was trying to catch up on VODs ever since I started. I got a Prime Gaming. Is that what they call it now? Twitch Prime, whatever. I got a membership over the summer because I realized that I had no idea this was the case, but I learned that you get some additional benefits. Like you get the free game shit, whatever. I don't care about that, but basically I'm paying for the benefit of having my VODs stick around for 60 days instead of 14 days. Normally, if you're a Twitch affiliate, you get to keep your VODs for 2 weeks, and then you have to, highlight them or whatever, save them, and then they get deleted. And that was always a little bit of a stress factor for me. But ever since I realized that, hey, if I pay, $5-6 a month, I get to use my Prime sub, which I realize now probably has been sitting there dormant for like 2 weeks, but whatever. And basically, for me, I think it's worth $5 a month. Is worth the reduction in headaches and ulcers related to rushing to archive VODs. Now, the flip side of that, of course, is that I let them pile up. So I have like 2 months worth of VODs to archive instead of 2 weeks. But I've been trying to catch up here and there. So I did a little bit of that recently. And I highlighted and I'm putting stuff up on YouTube, including Games Bond, as well as some of the more recent fighting game streams like this. And I realized that in the last 2 or 3 streams, I had at least one, I think maybe 2 instances of only getting to play 3 games in a stream. And I think that's like, we've been slipping. We used to have an average of 5 games a stream, sometimes more, occasionally 4 games. But I feel like more recently, we've been averaging like less than 4. So I'm gonna try to keep a little bit of a snappier pace. We'll see how it goes. Obviously, if we enjoy a game, I don't have a huge problem with sticking with it a little bit longer. But I'm gonna try to be a little more efficient, see if we can get our way through this list. We have currently played 183 games out of 293. That translates to 62.46%. Now, keep in mind, of course, I will keep buying fighting games, so the number of games to play will continually increase. But the objective is to play games faster than I can buy them. So that we can hypothetically, at least at some point in the future, reach that coveted 100% completion. Tourney presentation tomorrow. Yes, that is something I haven't really talked about on stream because I've been too lazy to like keep up on the information. I'll make more proper announcements about this on Discord. But yes, there will be a tournament, and this doesn't pertain to this stream in particular, but it does pertain to me personally because I will be participating, as will Goatee. We are, in fact, on the same team, believe it or not. We are competing in, what is it called? World Tondus? I don't know. Some French thing. I don't really know that much about it. I just know that it's like... basically, the setup is like similar to Cusa Grande or like what's the other thing? There's another, yeah. Or I was thinking of that like arcade score attack tournament thing, but I guess it's like the format is similar to Cusa Grande. It's like a head-to-head competition between teams of like blind, not exactly speedrunning, but just like seeing how far you get or how well you do in a game. This is what, the third or fourth or seventh, whatever. They've been doing it for a while, but this is the first time it's like going international. It's been a French thing for a couple of years, and now a bunch of international teams are competing. Yeah, Godie's got the lore. He's the team captain, which means it's his job to keep track of all the shit, and the rest of us, I don't know, show up when we're told and play some video games. Yeah. Sejouf? I don't know. I speak French. I don't know how to say his name. But yeah, he'll be streaming tomorrow night. I think it's 8 or 8:30 or something. CET. And it's going to be kind of the premiere, like the grand opening, whatever. It's like kicking off this season. And I'm not sure if the actual match schedule has been solidified yet, but it looks like in the coming weekends there'll be some matches. I've been so out of everything recently. I haven't like kept super great tabs on the specifics of the format and how it's going to work. I don't know. I'm assuming again that it's going to be some kind of a restream situation, so I'll be possibly streaming on my channel, but whenever I know specifically when I'll be on it, I'll make sure to let people know. Yeah, so tomorrow is just like the opening night, kind of introducing the whole thing, and like I guess Goaty, you'll be on the stream. Like I think there's going to be like interviews with the team captains basically, yeah, I'll be watching. So depending on what tomorrow's schedule looks like for us. We might have the opportunity to raid them, or I'll just, encourage people to go watch there. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Gonna hold a speech on how you got me on the team. Highly prestigious effort, yeah. But yeah, that's going to be fun. Thanks, Cody, for filling in the details. Like I said, there'll be more deets as I get them on Discord and I guess Twitter and wherever else you find your... I was going to say your latest jiggy news, which made me realize, like, you know what, maybe I should post a link on my website too. You know, that thing that I don't often update, but I did actually update it the other week with a new article writing a little bit about some games I played last year. So go check that out if you're so inclined. I'm just going to drop that command right there. In any case, what we are here for tonight is not blogging or tournaments or articles or talk shows, at least not primarily. We are in fact here for some fighting games, and not just any fighting games, but the fighting games as chosen by you, the viewer. The way this works, as always, is we will do some raffles. You got to enter your name in the drawing. If you are a coveted member of the Skull Club, i.e. a subscriber to this channel, you will get preferential treatment and have increased odds in being picked. But however luck decides the outcome. Someone will get someone's name will get picked, and they in turn get to choose the next game to be played. I usually try to play, an arcade mode playthrough or equivalent. I'll do my best to finish a game. I will absolutely have no qualms about giving up if that is, if that's how it goes. Like I said, I'm gonna want to try to see if I can be a little bit, more expedient, which may mean sticking with each game for less time. It may mean trying to be a little more efficient between games. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's basically it. There will also be rewards enabled in chat. Whatchamacallit? Channel point redemptions for picking what character I play in whatever game gets chosen, as well as skipping the queue to pick the next game if you really want to do that. But of course, we should make sure to start things off with a proper raffle. So without further ado, let me set that up. Now I just have to remember, how do I do that? Oh yeah, right, I have to go to my chatbot thing. That's right. Well, never mind. I almost did something very stupid, but then I didn't. Keyword poll. And, yeah. Let's see. Boom! There we go. The raffle is open. Oh, I really should. I feel like I've been saying this for the last several one of these streams that, I should lower this timer a little bit. 3 minutes, I think, is, slightly excessive. I mean, at the end of the day, I guess it's not wasting more than, 1 minute. But I always feel like I have to just fill dead air anyway. Alright, Goaties, as usual, executing highly advanced rigging protocols. We'll see how they pay off. A mixed track record so far, I would say. So, how's everybody's week been? Mine's been, pretty intense. It's been a good week, but, well, it's been good and bad. I've gotten a lot done at work, but I'm a little bit stressed out because we have a couple of incredibly work-heavy weeks in front of us. And the weather's been fucking atrocious. I've told you guys about my adventures in getting my bike out of the house. And we've had a couple of days of mostly degrees just over 0. And today there was a lot of snow, but of course it's all melting right away. So there's just, I don't know, I have to ride my bike through like 4.5 lakes on my way to work. Still, still haven't fallen off my bike just yet, but I've been getting dangerously close a few times. And, well, we're only halfway through January, so we still got a few months of this nonsense to go. But hey, that's the price you pay for, free healthcare, I guess. Anyway, yeah, by all means, by the way, if you haven't done so, I think it was linked recently in chat, go check out the spreadsheet. And in the name of keeping things efficient and expedient, do feel free to peruse the list and pick out a favorite choice in case it's your turn. That way, you can drop your choice on me immediately without having to, take forever to browse the list after you've won. That way, everything gets more efficient, everyone's happy. So do feel free to do so. Had an okay week. That's better than not having an okay week. Gotten as much as I wanted done, but like what I've done. Always nice to have revisit early assets time this last month's of work. I'm desperately trying to cram in some extra fun stuff for the sake of it. Dude, that sounds like an amazing luxury, I have to say. Getting to do that sounds something I would want right now. Alright, guys. Here we go. Let's go! Boom! Rigging protocols successful. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I hate to give this motherfucker credit, but well done, Cody. Well rigged. we are going to be Dead or Alive. I was just about to ask. Well, there's more than one version, right? Whichever version I like. I'm trying to think. I want to say that I picked up the... I mean, I know that I got the PlayStation version more recently because I had the Saturn version back in like 2006 when I was in Japan. And I'm not entirely positive that I've even played the PlayStation version since I bought it. That's the one I played as a kid. But I think in you know, in the last decade or two, I've definitely played the Saturn version more. The Saturn version is like the far more arcade faithful, but the PlayStation one has like 3 additional characters and a bunch of stuff like that. So I think for now the PlayStation one is like kind of the one I'm more curious about. So let's go with the PlayStation one. Dr. Spod, you get to enter your name for another raffle another time, and hey, who knows? You might be the winner. You get to pick the Saturn version if that's the case. So let me see if I can find my stuff here. Oh, there we go. I like this disc art, by the way. It's got the danger zone thing on it. It's pretty cool. Yeah, got it. Let's do some configuring here. Another arcade stick with a healthy layer of dust. Get rid of first. All right, let's go up some scenes here. Got a little bit of setup to do here. Yeah, I should get old scaler going. We need PlayStation. Oh yeah. Scaler needs to go into the capture device as well. Should be the right HDMI. Man, I need to get an HDMI switcher that actually works, because I used to have one. I mean, I still have it technically, but it was super unreliable, so I stopped using it and went back to manually plugging and unplugging cables. I think this. Let me just double check. Well, we'll see. Let me just double check. Fine. Yeah. I'm with you, Cody. I usually just have them all. There we go. That's enabled right now. And in fact, before I forget it, why don't we enable the pick next game reward? So you should see some new redemptions there in chat. Let me, oh yeah, that's right. I need to check my, my virtual memory card. Make sure it is set up correctly. That looks, yeah, I was gonna say, that looks like a Dead or Alive icon. It sure is. All right, we're good to go then. I always get the reset and eject buttons mixed up. But whenever you reset, it pulls the disc tray back in anyway. All right, let's get some details on screen here. Cover art and some game title and whatnot. Oh yeah, we should also do that. A little timer up on screen. I should also change screens here so I can actually see what I'm doing. Yeah, Goda's probably not far off from graduating from his ice skull, actually. A couple of months still. Don't out memory card. All right, data load success. All right, I'm going to assume this is about as, yeah, this is probably the right preset for the cropping and whatever. All right, let me check how this is set up. I do have a old punch. I'm assuming this is the default, but what a weird layout. Old punch. Okay, all right, okay. What? Oh, okay. Okay, fine. Actually, you know what? That's a bit weird. Do that. Probably L1. Ah, fuck it. Will do. Double check what this is all about. Audio levels look civilized. Extra config. Yeah, I guess I played it. I probably played through this once when I first bought it. But we unlocked a little bit of stuff here. Played it for an hour or so. Yeah, I guess we finished it with Tina because you unlock extra voice. So she would be my pick. She's my favorite character, but I feel compelled to pick someone else to unlock more stuff. Tournament. Yeah, Kumite is like isn't it similar to like a survival thing? I'm guessing tournament is the arcade mode. Anyway, let's start the timer. So Noonj, what's up? Happy Friday. So did I unlock a third costume with everyone, or do you? I guess you start with 3 costumes because Tina now has 4. Oh, this song is so good. All right. Yeah, so Bass is not in the original version. He's only in the PlayStation version, and Ayana is also only in this one. But I guess she's an unlockable secret character. Brune and G, you sure can. Cody's got you covered. There's your link right there. I guess there's no like endings or anything. Basically, I'm trying to think like, who would I want to see like a different costume with or whatever. Let's go with John Lee. I don't know what any of these look like, but I guess the third is going to be the most exotic, cool thing. And if the costume sucks, we're just going to reset and try again. All right, it's got 1.7%. So I guess it counts every time I picked Tina, like every time I continued. All right, this costume sucks. Let's... All right, you can press select to unhide the, there you go. Not unhide, well, that too, I guess, to hide the pause sign. DOA 1, I'm pretty sure you don't get to see the costumes because it's, like, it's not going to load a 3D model on the character select. I can't imagine that it would. Go costume 2, John Lee. Let's not waste more time. I kind of like just want to play all the characters, but let's go with this. Renji picked Fatal Fury, so I'm gonna have to double check here on the list. I'm assuming I have the arcade version there. I think it's gonna be interesting because played both the Super Nintendo and Mega Drive versions recently. I also just realized that I bound my buttons incorrectly. I do have a kick button, just not where I thought I had it. Yeah, in all the DOA sequels, it's basically just like you described it. Got him. Last time we picked a game, it didn't work. Well, I made sure that Mortal Kombat 9 on the PS3 is up and running as late as today. So we've got that at least. But I'm actually very happy to check out the arcade version of Fatal Fury. Yeah, so... That's a weird factor, I think. I mentioned that the Saturn version of this is more faithful to the arcade. I wonder if I can just do this, by the way. Oh, okay. I didn't mean to do that. Wait. Okay, so these are like shortcut buttons. Okay, it doesn't really matter. I just noticed the weird letter boxing kind of thing, but I guess we're not missing out on a lot of screen there. No regular. Thank you very much for the follow. This was a Model 2 arcade game, was it not? I believe so. I know that this was a it's like sort of derived from Virtua Fighter 2, sort of, kind of, in some way. So I think it's probably Model 2. This is a port of the Zinc version, aka DOA Plus. Yeah, I'm very like DOA was not an arcade series like for very long. And I believe I've seen an arcade cabinet of the original DOA like once. But yeah, I'm not very knowledgeable about it. But that makes sense. I guess there was an upgraded version, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, the main immediate like visual difference between this and the Saturn version is that the stages are like way simpler. They're basically like Tekken style, where it's just a floor and a wallpaper. Whereas the Saturn and arcade versions have like full 3D. I mean, they're simple environments, but they are. There's actually like shapes and structures. Again, kind of similar to VF2. Yeah, that's right. There is a an Xbox version too. I've been wanting to get that like DOA Ultimate stuff, but it's like kind of expensive. Like you can get it on Xbox Live. It's not hard to get, but it's they don't sell them as a package, but you can buy like the DOA 1 and DOA 2 releases piecemeal, and they're like $20 each or something, which is, I don't know, a little much. Yeah, I think the like this is definitely the less nice looking version. Like the characters are still pretty detailed. I remember them being less detailed, like in terms of textures and stuff. And you know, it's 60 FPS and everything. It's not an embarrassment compared to other PS1 fighting games by any stretch. But it's losing a little bit of flair. Oh, okay. I meant to do a down attack, but I got my buttons mixed up because my button mapping is all wrong. And as far as I'm aware, I can't get an option screen mid-game. I can... Nope. Ooh, did the... Okay, yeah, the timing windows on the counters in this game are kind of absurd. But also the whole counter stuff, like, it's got that kind of similarity to BF2 in a way where a lot of the systems that would go on to define the series are kind of all there. but they're not only a little, I don't know, underdeveloped, they're also not really codified and consistent in a way that makes it, like, for example, throws, you know, might be done with, like in VF. In modern VF, and by modern, I mean anything from the last 25 years, throws are always done with punch plus guard. Or maybe with all 3 buttons in case of a crouching throw. And if you look back at, like, VF2, a lot of throws are punch plus guard, but there's a bunch of, like, command throws that are just, like, punch. Like Wolf's giant swing. It's like a half circle forward punch. And I feel like it's similar here, where the way certain counters and grabs and stuff works, like, I caught myself off guard. Nice. By doing a throw, not hitting the hold button. Because this doesn't have a guard button, it has the hold button, which also is kind of different from the sequels. You block by holding back. Which is always, like, it's like that in the sequels too, but you can, like, there's a guard button. Ah, okay. Oh, there was, yeah. Wasn't the wrong button. And the counters or the holds are more of a commitment in some ways in the other games, like input-wise. Here it's like the buttons that are literally just for that and nothing else. Oh, that's right. Quarter circle. That, yeah, we've got some VF2 damage. That's for sure. Alright, making good progress. Alright, fine. Doesn't seem great at dealing with that move. Punish. Ooh, he escaped. Yeah. Grabbed me out of my punch, I think. Which I wouldn't have thought would work. Of course, as you get to slightly later opponents, they get pretty good at countering stuff. Oh, I did the back elbow, which he, I guess, countered. All right, let's try again. So, looking at that timer thing, is the number 4 the number of opponents? Seems like it could be the case. Stuff like that is pretty stupid. That's the other thing in this game. I think DOA 2 still had counters that deal damage. Like, even the modern games have them, but they're like special, like very specific ones. But in this game, like, a bunch of the regular, just simplest possible counters do like a good 25% damage. All right. Oh yeah, I can zoom in and out, find a little bit. I love that stuff. The little camera controls. So I was gonna say, I bet once we unlock more costumes, we get to see them on the opponents as well. I'm not sure if that's Tina's 4th costume, but it's definitely not her default. Cool stage too. All right. Okay. Yep. Oh. Grappler characters are like the worst. Oh, okay. So the number's not. Yeah, I think the number's probably placement on the high score table or the leaderboard, whatever. It's not high score exactly. On the low time table. Because it went up. It didn't go up to 5 when we got to this fight. It was on 4, but it probably went up to 5 once we crossed 5 minutes. Something like, actually, I don't know if that makes sense. Oh, we'll see. You lose. Nice. All right, that went a lot faster than it could have. After that first match, I was getting a little demoralized. It's cool that you can zoom, but it's weird that you can only zoom that little. All right, next card. Payment. Yeah, see, it's still number 5. Nope. Just a little tiny bounce. Oh! Fuck! I did the crouch jab. I didn't realize the string would continue. I think this... Wasn't Bayman also only in this version? I don't think he was in the original. But I could be misremembering. Oh, that was a throw. It couldn't be continues, because I thought for sure it... thought for sure it didn't go up. But I continued more than that, but... It might be that I didn't pay attention to it until I... Oh my god. You're probably right, because it obviously went up when I continue right now. Got him. It's actually going shockingly well, I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm just judging everything based on looking at the my save data that said I had an hour plus playtime for like basically one playthrough. But I guess the game clock was counting up when I was in the options menu. That's gonna hurt. A lot less than I thought it would, honestly. Hitboxes. So maybe we finished the game in 20 minutes and I just sat in the options menu and chatted for 40 minutes. That's entirely possible. Dude, I don't know how to deal with... I should probably... like catch throws like that. I guess maybe do a quick throw. I don't know. But any assumptions I'm making on the mechanics are based on like later games and BF and stuff, so I guess I don't know how any of that may apply. Not dead. Yeah. It's funny. You just tell the instant you tap the hold button, like you get command grab. Because I guess throws, some of them anyway, have like 0 startup frames. Throws definitely don't have whip animations, like except for the big catch throws. So a catch throw in BF or DOA parlance, is basically a throw that has longer startup, but can grab you out of attacking startup frames. Because the VF rules, the basic VF rock, paper, scissors is that striking always beats throwing. If someone is even in the beginning startup frames of a punch or any move, any attack, any strike, they are not throwable. So even if you don't have time for an attack to connect while someone is about to throw you, if you correctly read that a throw is coming, sticking out an attack is like how you beat it. But a catch throw, usually like big, like lunging grabs or tackles or like a Frankensteiner or something like that would usually be a catch throw. But that's like a regular throw. Got him. So I guess in this game, there's no distinction between... There's probably a distinction between high and low counters. I'm not sure if there's a difference between high and mid. There definitely does not seem to be a difference between punch and kick. Which is, like, silly. Yeah, see, she did a jumping, which is a mid, but it had, like, the same animation. Of course, do nothing, get grabbed. This is Mugen Tenshin Ryu. It's like you try to not... Yeah, that's why DOA can get, like, really fucked when the AI gets cheap. Because, like, they counter button presses, and if you don't press a button, you get thrown. I mean, that's like how a lot of, you know, 2D fighting game AI is like as well. Because, like, throws are usually kind of instant, right? So anything you press, they can, like, input read and do a faster move. I'm dead. Okay. Take those. That's a catch throw for sure. Alright, that's that. Okay. I thought I was dead already, so. Kind of weird that that uppercut was not a mid. That's a mid at least. I was gonna say I'm dead. That's definitely like a VF2-ism. If you just land a hard knockdown and there's just inescapable down attacks. Try to throw. Alright, well, if she's gonna win, I'd rather she win quickly so we get a new fresh attempt. Yeah, the Danger Zone launches are a bit silly, but they're fun. They're cool. I can't remember if the Saturn version has like ring outs or how that works. I want to say the Danger Zone stuff is at the very least different. I'm not sure it's altogether absent, but I don't think it's quite the same. All right. Advancement. Yeah, so Raido was added in this version too. Yeah, there we go. He's our next opponent. He is not in the other version as far as I'm aware. He is the boss character. The original version had the danger zone. Yeah, maybe I'm just like getting it conflated because the stages look different. They have more of that kind of arena. I mean, so does this, I guess, because it's all like in a square, but I'd like me to do that, but that's fine. I do like that the music just fades out a little bit, but continues going. No awkward just hearing the first 5 seconds of a song. Ouch! Okay. So was he, I'm trying to remember, was Raido never in a game again until like 5 or 6 or whenever he was added? He came back with the cyborg armor shit. I couldn't remember, maybe he only shows up in like a FMV or something in DOA 2. I guess he was in Ultimate. Possibly, I don't remember. I never really played DOA 2 Ultimate, so. I shouldn't have. Ooh. Just grab me after I'm dead. Break my neck a little extra. Alright, sure, fine. Okay. A little awkward hit, but it works. Alright. Let's see if he tries to infiltrate that kick. That's not what he did on the second time, but I thought the first time, maybe? Okay, kind of move I would expect from him. I tried to create space. It's not going well. That's not the move I meant to do. I pressed the wrong button. Oh, okay. Yeah, he threw me. Okay. I guess he got pissed that I beat him up the first round. Well, let's see. Is that consistent? Can I, like... Is he maybe a little less aggressive the first round? Nothing conclusive. That was low, of course. You never mid-kick. Dude, how does that not throw punish? It was not counterable. Maybe there is a difference between punch and kick counter, and I've just been a little bit lucky. String was longer than I thought. Back elbow, not very good. It's better. Ah, okay. I was thinking, like, if I kept... yeah, it's definitely like some kind of an infiltrate situation, because... Oh shit, I actually did a low counter. Okay. You can tell, like, it's definitely not a human guessing game where you're doing the counters. Because the follow-up is just not, like... I'm sorry, I'm struggling a little bit here, so I can't really form coherent sentences, but basically... If I do something and, like, oh yeah, he patches it every time, so next time I'll do a throw, then the next time he won't do the thing that could have that I could have thrown him out of. Yeah, like a lot of the time, if I'm in any kind of situation to whiff a counter, he'll throw me. Like you won't see it, because he does it like the throws are instant. But I can tell that I'm getting thrown right when I'm pressing the counter button. Oh. I don't know any other grabs I have than my regular one. Can't escape. I'm not sure. Like, I know that in some of the later games, throw escapes are like not quite universal. Like, you can only escape basic throws, but like command grabs, which is like a kind of an unusual distinction making a 3D fighting game. But basically anything that isn't like neutral or maybe one direction plus punch and hold in the later games. But of course, things aren't quite as like universal in this one. Yep. So I wonder if doing throws as a punish means it's not escapable. I knew it. Because it seemed like it did more damage. Yeah, that was me trying to counter. Whew. Okay, we got a shot. We got a shot. Yeah, I tried to counter. I did nothing. Yeah. Okay, well, we have one more chance here. It's game, man. But every round is so fast, and every round is still like... Even if statistically I win few rounds, you know, most matches he wins 2-0. Like, you can't really count, you know, life percentages as like how close you get to winning or losing. Just a matter of having it all line up in my favor, you know, 2 rounds in a row. It's like pretty shit damage. He's like chasing me down and grabbing me. See? Getting lucky enough to be able to do... See, like, how is that not a punch? Like, he looked like he was starting to throw like some kind of overhead punch, so I countered, and then I get thrown. Like, how does that work? Like, what exactly what was that exchange exactly? Yeah, that same thing there. That looked like a punch, so I countered it, but then I get thrown. I should not match past the replay and try to figure out what the hell just happened. There's some kind of hit throw or patch throw or something that just looks nothing like a one. Nice. Crouch his throw. Yeah, okay. So that is a... Okay. It looks like a weird chop, but it's actually a grab. Yeah, probably do the hop kick more often, because that also makes you unthrowable. That for sure. Alright, okay. Hop kick is still a mid, so he can still counter it. Of course. Okay, nice. While standing 6p, I guess? Alright, that's a good move. Use it to crouch certain things. It's a quick punish. Alright, this could be it. I mean, it could not be. Let's not too hasty. Oh! Okay, I crouched just as it hit. Well, okay, replay doesn't go that far back. I wonder if I stood up into it. Surely that doesn't hit mid. I mean, I guess maybe it does. It looks like an overhead. I was like trying to stick out a jab. I legit have no idea how to escape that. I guess probably the hop kicks would be the one thing I can do. But it's gonna be pretty hard to like react. I think that's what I just did. Well, I didn't necessarily react, but I think hop kicked him out of it. I'm getting more rounds at least, for sure. Crouch that. Crouch that. Oop, nice. Counter throw. Start whiffing holds like that, you're gonna get thrown. Oh, escaping that. Oh, okay, sure. Dude, that move is so weirdly shit. That's a hold. Yeah. My God, the damage. All right, all right. Dude, imagine if you had the character change and continue. Have to go through like load screens and shit between every attempt. It'd be pretty infuriating. Running jump kick. Maybe not quite the right choice. It wasn't too far off from hitting. Oh, okay. Some definitely weird hitboxes where like you push each other before your moves connect. Like his down attack, there's no real reason why that shouldn't have connected, but he like pushed me out of range with his body before his move could even hit. Alright, I need to refocus here. Trying to do holds did not work. Oh, right. I was like, hey, that was supposed to be a hold, but nope. Getting my buttons mixed up. Oh my God, I didn't mean to do that move. It looks like it would have good range, but it's... The punch doesn't reach as far as it looks, but it also has that weird kind of pushback, hitbox pushing kind of thing going on. Where it seems to push opponents out of the way before the punch can never really connect. Mid, of course. Looks like he's going low. haven't taken a round in a good while now. That doesn't feel very good. I was on to something, I thought, but then... I have, like, no breathing room to even try what my moves might be. I'm trying to remember like what DOA strings are usually like. It's like PP, 6P, whatever. Inch. PP, 2P maybe? I was mashing to continue, but the round wasn't over yet. Technically was not over, but... it was over. Nice throw. I was trying to think, like, I wonder if crouching is good, because like, crouching would avoid regular throws at least. But he can probably throw out a pretty quick mid. Like if I'm standing, he can do a throw, which I cannot react to. But I wonder if the fastest mid he can do if I'm just sitting there crouch guarding is faster. That's a pretty fast catch throw. I guess just like skipping recovery frames because it like he's so eager to read button inputs that it doesn't matter if he's in neutral or not. It's like, oh, you pressed a button? No, you didn't. Like, it's so weird. I know that even modern DOA games have like kind of unconventional like systems for, you know, hit stun and that kind of thing. Like it can kind of, like it can counter out of hit stun, just not out of high stun and like counter hits and whatever it's called. But I'm not sure if that's what's going on here or something else entirely. Oh! I think I probably crouched. No? Fucking hell. That's like more than 50%. I didn't fucking need to do that. I meant to stand up. Like any missed input will lead to like 20 to 60% life lost. It's ridiculous. Ow. No, I mean, like, pushing buttons at that point. We've been, what, like, 10, 15 minutes on this guy now? Alright, that was a weird move, but... Nice, okay. I mean, in fairness, I think a lot of characters can probably do that much damage in a throw. It's just like the regularity with which he lands them. At least I fucked up a little bit. I got a little too mashy there, but I didn't give him stupid big openings. So even though it didn't look like it, I actually kind of played correctly there at the end. At least in terms of the parameters I would have basically attempted to set up for myself there. I tried to throw him, or he threw me. So that was not a catch throw, because you can tell like the camera angle changed before he jumped. Like the throw had already succeeded at that point. Or not. We got him. All right, that was pretty satisfying. We got the back turn throw punish. And it's damn lucky that that down attack was enough to get him. That's probably wouldn't have survived otherwise. All right, we got the minimum effort compressed FMV of like still images. Well, we got him. We did it. I was about to say that we should be a little snappy here and set up the next raffle, but I just remembered that we're not going to do that because the next game has already been chosen. We're going to be playing Fatal Fury. So we'll get that started shortly, but let's enjoy the rest of these credits and make sure that we save our data. Oh, there we go. Actual FMV. Or, I don't know, half motion video. It's like half screen. I want to say Kumite is like something sort of similar to... Actually, was it called Kumite as well in Bushido Blade? Model 2 opening. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because it doesn't look like fully pre-rendered. Yeah, but you can see like the stages have... There's like stuff around the arena. Not in the... Well, actually, I guess Kasumi there is definitely pre-rendered. But I don't think the other characters were. New costume get. So let's... Actually, why don't we just boot that up super quick. Inspect. Yeah. 30 Kumite challenge. The survival mode in DOA 2 was so much fun. Like, I used to grind the shit out of that. Oh, that's right. I'm just remembering now. I think the way it works is you would see... Like, we unlocked this costume with Zhongli. So now we get to see... Like, the next... Like, the costume that we see him in might be the next one we can unlock. Something like that. Good, throw. So I guess we didn't even get to... No, we did fight him early on, I think. So yeah, it'll show exactly. It'll do this. And I think it just like load into the next fight. We're playing on PS2, granted, so technically it might not be the exact same on PS1. But I do remember this game, like even back in the day, having like pretty impressive load times. Like being pretty snappy with the... Like, there's no separate verse or, like, victory screen or stuff like that. You just get that little report at the end, which I think is a nice touch. Like, overall, even from the very beginning, DOA has, like, been pretty slick. Anyway, I think we can... We can be satisfied like that. We just gotta make sure to save our data. So I think probably... I guess we didn't unlock this. Okay, I would have thought beating the game with him. Oh, maybe it's... Does this game actually have... it might have command training. Because I think that's in some of the other games you unlock voice stuff by completing command training with a character. I'm curious to check that out real quick. Hello, Mike. Is that the Zernik font for the game title, I'm assuming you mean? I don't know off the top of my head, but I can look into it in a second. Let me just check real quick. Yes, that is correct. Or whoever, I'm just curious to see costumes. We're not going to go through with this. I'm just curious to see if this is a thing. Because I think it might be. Not doing very well at being more efficient here, but that's fine. We're enjoying ourselves. I wonder if... Yeah, because you do have command mode. And yeah, it'll show you which moves you've completed. Yeah, it's pretty cool that it had this all the way back. Just like satisfying. Oh. I guess we're... Yeah, these are like very DOA type strings. And it makes sense, like, strings like these don't really make sense in like a Virtua Fighter. Like, Virtua Fighter has very few strings that are more than like 3 hits. But because you have the hold system and the way like hit stun isn't really hit stun, like you basically... strings are kind of a mix-up, like in the middle of the string. But she's not going to turn around, is she? I need to be facing their back. I think I can... Maybe not. I can't, like, jump over... What was the... Man... How did I did the... I can't, like... Second, did I record? Oh, okay, I see. EH. Sit, punch, punch. Oh, back. Okay, there we go. No, wait. Taking the... Oh, okay. I have to be back turn. So, I can't... Probably I have some way to turn... Alright, whatever. I'm not going to figure this out. That's like the hardest... It's hard mode, figuring out how to turn my back around. I know that John Lee had to move, like, back punch. He just turns around. But I guess no such luck for Kazumi. Oh, well. Whoops. Oh, exit menu. There we go. Exit training is what I was looking for. Let's save our tiny bit of Kazumi command list and actually time progress there as well. And we shall move on to Fatal Fury. Let's do this. Let's pop it back out so we don't forget. On. Let's change arcade sticks here. And we'll jump on over to a different scene. I guess we hop on over here. Let's hope this runs well. I don't know why, but for some reason I've had weird problems with Neo Geo games not running, like having weird frame drops and stuff, which seems absurd given that I would emulate Neo Geo games in like 1997 and they ran well. But you know, computer issues, everything can happen. Man, I'm building my new PC, right? So the last parts were supposed to come in stock today from the places I'd ordered them. And they were supposed to be in stock on Tuesday, actually. And on Tuesday, they were like, well, there's been a slight delay. And then it said, oh, they'll be in stock on Friday. And then today, it was updated to like, well, it'll be in stock January 31st. That sounds like a placeholder date to me. So I'm going to probably have to look to get those parts somewhere else. But I should have a new PC built hopefully within a week or two. Yeah, I'm looking forward to. Whoa, I was not in the right window. There we go. I guess we'll do the Europe version for English text. Not sure if the game's any different. Oh yeah, shit. I should go to the spreadsheet, right? What we just play? Dead or Alive. PlayStation 2023 1/13. Mark that off as played. And let me update the artwork and set up the controls, and then we'll be good to go. And it's so weird playing this after playing the Super Nintendo and Mega Drive versions, which are both like fairly compromised in different ways. But the Super Nintendo one is just like shockingly atrocious. The Mega Drive one is, it's like missing a bunch of stuff. It's like missing several characters. And like not great otherwise in terms of audio and whatever, but it controls and plays about 50,000 times better than the Super Nintendo one. I forget. This is like a 3-button game, isn't it? Oh. Because it's got like punch, kick, throw. It's like similar to Art of Fighting, but not quite. Alright, I guess we're on level 4. Let's hope for the best. Punch, kick, up to jump, down to squat. Skill, C with joystick. Okay. It was, yeah, I think we had some decent luck with the Zayaken. Alright. Get like these 5-second timers.
Andy Bogart versus Richard Meyer.
Voices don't like fit together. Alright, there's actual sprite scaling in this one. Yeah, you actually have like a full-on throw whiff animation on the C button. Oh, instant overhead. Bacon's like really weird to do. All right, we got him. Text just like whoop, bouncing up. It's kind of fun. There's a lot about this that's like weirdly goofy. There's some stuff that's like legitimately sick. Like the characters having like these weird outlandish gimmicks. I think is very interesting. Audio I think is legitimately pretty sick. So the Zaiken is supposed to be like down, back, forward, punch. Oh, he does have the Shoryudan, right? The plane system is so fucked, by the way. Shoryuken is probably not a quarter circle back. Like, all the special motions are kind of bizarre in this one. Back forward punch? Okay. And I don't know that I trust that they're the same in the console versions either. Where on earth is Geese Howard? You use some funny tricks. Quality SNK translation. Holy shit, this game is just like in such a rush. Oh, dude, this guy was impossible on Super Nintendo. Back forward seems about right. And you're like leaning backwards when doing his heavy kick. Could have just... Oh, wow, okay. Stage hazard. When's are different in the Jap... Oh, maybe I'm just using the Japanese version then. It's interesting how like some of the audio samples are like super crisp and clean. Alright, I'll trade a Zaiken, sure. It seemed like he was sort of hard-coded to counter my Zaiken with the Hurricane Upper, which traded in his favor. But if I got life lead, I'll you know, I'll happily take it. Okay, now it's my turn. I'll knock out the next guy with one punch. It's doing well, but he can't use that weird kung fu on the next match. I don't know, Geese. Right, this is not in the other versions, right? Okay, go, just... Yeah, whatever. Do I just smash the A button? No, I just mashed everything. Down, up. The next fatal blow. Okay, well, that's how you do that move.
Versus Kung Fu Roo.
Yeah, I couldn't use weird kung fu then. That's accurate. Oh yeah, I should throw more. I don't know if he's like unthrowable when he's hulked out. Could be, I'm not sure. Yeah, I could tell that it's charged, yeah. I wasn't sure, but that was like the first thing I tried to confirm. I'm not even sure if I can like jump, like go into the background on command the way they can. Like you can never really knock them into the, like certain moves just knock them into the background. In Fatal Fury 2, they codified a little bit more where the cross-up. Where there's like A plus B and B plus C inputs. For like doing heavy attacks that knocks them to the other plane, or just like jumping to the other plane. I heard Geese killed the champ of this match, Jeff Bogart, 10 years ago. The champ of this match? Alright. Don't think it's throwable, but fireballs, it's done. Yeah, it would... I'm loath to say that it would make sense that he's not throwable, but it wouldn't surprise me, I guess. Yeah, so that's like a quarter circle forward. Nope. Sort of, maybe. Half circle forward. There's like a weird overlap with the Zayankin. There we go. Yeah, he transforms at like half health, and then he transforms back at like a quarter. There we go. So because damage is pretty high, you know, he doesn't actually stay in that mode very long. I mean, he could, time-wise, he can stay forever, but if you don't have to land that many hits to get him out of it. I'm not sure, like, it seems very plausible that there would be sort of a punish window at the end of it. At least timing-wise. But hard to know how rules work. Dude, I'm trying to... I'm trying to throw the fireball. I thought I knew the command for it, but I guess I didn't, because now I'm getting Zayankin every time. I'm stunned, okay. Sick, that still worked, okay. Yeah, it makes sense that you can meaty with a fireball. That makes perfect sense. Maybe we'll learn the next Kung Fu here. It's my turn. I'll knock out the next guy with one punch. Hey, get the information from him. I'm sure he probably meant get information on him, not from him. King! Alright, this character, Richard Meyer hanging out in the background, that's pretty sick. Music's so good too. Slide is so cheap. Ooh, the active frames. Fucking infinite active frames. Got some 1991 active frames. Okay, I guess I just... Okay. Okay, I get it. I just need to, like... Tiger knee it, and it works, basically. Okay. Is that an overhead, or did I press a button? Not sure. I don't know about that voice for Duck King, but he's pretty cool still. Yeah, trying to do the Choryudan seems like a... Carrot, I'm stunned, okay. That's okay though, 2 continues this far. Could be a lot worse. I can fight you while dancing, dude! Eat him. I'll help you out, Andy. I'll give you a quarter. We'll see if we can make it to the score countdown, Electro, but thanks for the heads up. That's a good trade. Nope. I didn't realize we were on different planes, so I just tried to... Oh, that was badly timed. Like, what the fuck do I even do? Like... Okay, wow. I actually won a weird air, but, like, he does his, bouncy attack. Alright, he just disappears, I see. But he bounces off to the other plane, so I can't punish him or really even chase him. See, like, what? And he hits, like, as soon as you go into multiple planes, like, things get exceedingly fucked up. Nope. Oh my god, I realized it was stunned too late. Because first I was like trying to do a fireball or something. I was like, wait, hang on. So I try to walk up and throw him. Too late. The fireball startup is mad long too. course, if you try something, you'll... Oh my god, I tried to punish with a throw. Okay, we got him. We got him. Oof. The game's just not civilized. I mean, it doesn't obey what would become established general fighting game rules. That's just it. It's still cool, but some things can be a little aggravating. Andy Bogart. Did Bogart have 2 sons?
Bonus area.
Yes, he did.
Look, you!
Ready?
Barefoot 99, thanks for the follow. Holy crap. All right. If there's another one after this, I'm just going to give up. Okay, yeah, because I think that one's,
Andy Bogart versus Wajai.
that like a,
Round
not a
1.
circular, whatever, or not a charge move in the other version. Maybe that's the motion for the fireball. Yeah, the throw is working great. Oh, yeah. Half health. Oh, boy. Yeah, so Wajai is missing entirely in the Mega Drive version, I believe. Actually, so's Billy. Nice. NPC greetings. Happy Friday. Kind of a weird stage. Like this German town or something. Real bout shot. I didn't even know. I wasn't paying attention what the stage is called. I was gonna say surely he's gonna. Oh, okay. Yep, that was not punishable. Oh, his idle stance is all different too. Hmm. Yeah, so he's like, oh, okay. Okay, that's good. Nice. This is actually a lot. I don't know if easier is the right word exactly. I'm having less trouble than I was expecting. Sort of miss single player enemies having half health or second round gimmick. Yeah, that's wow, who will fight against him next? Yeah, Raiden will. I will never lose. Yes, sir. Very well communicated dialogue here. That's right. Kind of weird. I thought Wajai was always last before Billy. But yeah, like, kind of what makes games like this and Art of Fighting so cool, like, because they were, like, far more focused on a single-player experience, and, like, it's more like a boss rush than, like, a versus fighter. Which is an interesting concept that, like, obviously, that's a good face. There's no mystery why that very quickly became much less of a thing once Street Fighter 2 exploded. Like, for a lot of reasons, not just, you know, for the obvious money-making potential, but also, you know, in terms of the effort, like, required for authoring all the art and stuff, and, like, what you kind of get out of it. Like, developing characters, it makes more sense to make them, like, fully playable. And it perhaps makes less sense to, like, hypothetically, you could have a boss version or, you know, an AI version of a character that has more of a gimmick than the playable version, but then that gets kind of weird, too. But it's definitely very interesting, right? I'm trying my darndest to throw the fucking fireball. Okay. I held down back. I did press a button, but it felt like I wasn't being counter hit. Please continue. But more than I it felt like I'd already gotten hit by the time I pressed the button, and he just did like an unblockable sweep. What's up, Schubert? This music's so sick. But yeah, there's the fucking 90s throw range, man. Half screen. Yeah, we'll see Electro if I need it. It's cool though. Like I'm happy to know, but I want to see if I can. Kind of what I thought would happen, but I was surprised that it did work that one time. Well, he blocked it, but it still, you know, it chipped him. Electro, do you know what the input for the fireball is supposed to be? It seems like I'm getting it sort of when I'm doing like a, you know, a Tiger Knee motion. But it's not consistent at all. A lot of the time I get the Zayakin instead. Or, I mean, if anyone else knows for that matter, that's fine. A lot of these, like... Yeah, the frame data is just... You know, it's one of those things where you can mock a game like this for having very strange frame data, but that's really not fair because like Street Fighter 2 set such an impossibly high standard for that kind of thing. I mean, that's not to say that Street Fighter 2 doesn't have some incredibly whack and weird frame data and hitboxes, but it was like kind of leagues ahead of most everything else for a long time. Supposed to be a quarter circle? Okay. Oh, that's good to know at least. Hate this shit. Like, I'm not touching back. Like, quarter circle forward just gives me the Zayakin. I'm not even sure if there's any mashing mechanic to that throw. It kind of seems like there probably isn't. Alright, okay. That's a pretty sick command grab. I've never really seen that before, but he's got that move in CVS, so that makes sense. Of course, he can leap really high and far. Shoot, I could have beat him. It's funny because I think this guy didn't give me that much trouble on the Mega Drive version. Like, which characters have been giving me trouble has been like very different between them. Weirdly civilized damage. But yeah, you have a lot of these like giant jumping normals with like infinite active frames. Like ducking slide is kind of like that too. I like Andy's throw animation where he's like leaning extremely far forward, but somehow like it's like I'm pushing them away with my throw animation. Okay, my foot was definitely overlapping him there, but fine. I mean, the poison mist blocking fireballs I think makes perfect sense because it's like a projectile, right? I think it's the least of my concerns in this fight. Or at least the least of my infusions. Wow, I'm walking up extremely slow. I wonder, actually, again, I haven't been paying attention, and I'm not sure. It's one of those things that wouldn't have to be consistent, because these are just AI opponents, right? But I wonder if, like, does he even have consistent walk speed? Or can he, like, walk faster or slower? Or does he just have really slow walk speed, but he jumps really fast? Because he can jump. Yeah, I guess, like, his walk speed is just really slow. But yeah, he can jump like nobody's business. The rules for throwing is a mystery for sure. We'll see. And we have like, you have like fairly few normals, right? Because you don't really have lights and heavies. You have some stuff that's like kind of range dependent. You know, proximity normals. Of course he hits behind him, so you can't like punish that weird jump either. So it's extremely awkward to try to have like a consistent anti-air normal or something, because it feels like I'm not sure if I'm pressing the punch or kick button. I never know exactly what kind of normal is going to come out. I didn't mean to jump there. I was just about to say that the sweep seems pretty good, but I was stunned. Jesus Christ, the grab range. Lord Tom with a massive raid. Happy Friday, Raiders. We're playing some fighting games. I'm currently getting destroyed by Raiden. Hope everything's good, clean fun over at Tom's. We are doing Viewer's Choice versus fighting games. Something I do every now and then on Friday nights. Big fighting game fan. Even if they are sometimes not the most civilized. Welcome, everybody. Hello, and what's up?
Look, you!
Grape soda. Oh, I could go for some of that. You guys know we don't really have grape soda in Sweden. I've only ever had it in Japan. And it wasn't my favorite, but it was pretty alright. I'm gonna die. Ah. But I guess I could just go for some sugar in general. What were we up to at Tom's stream?
Look, you!
Clean and fair. That's seems reasonable. Just, oh my god. I'm trying to read chat. It's not doing great. TF2ya? I can barely read my screen here. I think that's your name. Anyway, thank you for the follow. Bad 3D adventure game Necronomicon, then Vengeful Guardian. With a title like Necronomicon, surely it couldn't be bad. And if it's a 3D adventure, it sounds pretty good. Gotta go, yeah, fair enough. Thank you very much for the raid, Tom. Have a good weekend. See you around. Yeah, so I should probably introduce myself. I'm a little bit flustered here with Raiden, and also trying to read chat. I'm Jigam from Sweden. I play a lot of everything. I collect weird old Japanese games. Probably catch a glimpse of my collection behind me there. I like arcade games. I like fighting games. I like beat-em-ups. I like pixel art. I like all kinds of weird things. And as I mentioned, every now and then we do these Viewer's Choice fighting game streams. Wow, the range. So what was that? I can press punch to bait poison mist. Was that it? I see. Whoops. Okay. All right. That seems like it's gonna work. Whoops. All right. It's no dashing. It's so funny. Just whiff a jab. All right. You can't jab when you're in multiple planes. That was immaculately timed, but it was actually poorly timed because it worked out. But I lucked out. There's like no proximity blocking either. So I can't walk backwards when he's doing that. Alright, he's got pretty hefty recovery on it, so... There we go. Yeah, but I enjoy that about these old games, especially, like, whether they're unfair or just clunky and weird, there's always this, there's an element of puzzle solving to them, like, but I think that goes more for these games that are more gimmicky and boss rush-like. I I will never forgive you. You disrupt my plan of attack. I'll beat you like your father 10 years ago. Ah! All right, Billy time.
Bonus area.
Oh, no, more arm wrestling. I'm gonna read chat instead, I think.
Ready, go.
I wore myself out trying to... Actually, can I lose? Can you lose the bonus game? Oh, that's nice and time efficient. Pretty funny. You can't usually lose a bonus stage, can you?
Andy Bogart versus Billy Khan.
Or, I mean, you at least usually get to go to the end of it. But whatever. Okay, here we are. Oh yeah, you get, like, knocked into the background in this one. But I was gonna say, I love that. He'll toss his stick. And he'll just stand there crying. Alright, okay, that's not gonna work. Well, I guess I can't really say modern fighting games. In most fighting games after Street Fighter 2, or at least most fighting games do the cross-up. From mid-90s onwards.
Love you.
You know, they're kind of more designed... Can I, like, chip him? No. The CPU battles are just kind of simulating fighting an actual opponent, right? You might still have, like, an arcade ladder or whatever, but in terms of the actual fight themselves, like, you're not going to fight opponents that play by different rules than you do. And a lot of the time, you are weak, but beat me and you're the champ. Okay, sure. A lot of the time you have the AI ostensibly sort of simulating what a person would be able to do. Not necessarily in playstyle, but at least the capabilities of the character.
Andy Bogart versus Billy Khan.
So even though there might be some like AI exploits and stuff, at the end of the day, obviously learning to fight against, like, getting good at beating the CPU in like a modern fighting game is not the same as learning to beat other human players, but it's kind of like not really its own skill set either. Whereas I find in these old games, whether it's because the characters are built more like gimmicks, or it's just the AI being extremely, you know, unfair, that crossed up. Holy crap! You end up having more of a puzzle-solving sort of experience with it. Okay, this looks like it's actually going to work. Okay, pretty good. Yeah, it's funny too. Like they did that a little bit in some of the other games, but it's really extreme here. Actually, I think it's pretty much the same in Fatal Fury 2. But yeah, the perspective on his staff, it's pretty exaggerated. All right, so we gotta just get him to drop his. Well, I guess we can crouch under that. Doesn't seem that difficult to time. All right, there we go. Easy. You win. You know, Geese goes. But again, I'm shocked. Like all right, I've been going for half an hour. A lot of that was, I guess, Raiden and a couple of continues at Kung Fu and Duck King. Yeah, I made it. I'm the champion. The battle was so long. Even this shit is so cool, like little interstitial story stuff. Hell, on that screen, like twice as long as any of the others. Dude, Geese is calling. What, Geese? Whatever, English. Holy cow, you disturbed my plan again. Damn it, I've been looking for you. I'll have to take revenge. Father's death, blah, blah, blah. Stupid boy, how about a man fighting death? Can lose. Alright, okay, cool. Yeah, he looks a little dumpy in this game. It's still fucking cool, though. Yeah, SNK English, right? Okay. Right. Hitboxes, man. What are those? Well, he doesn't have the fly on the Hakama, but on the back of his shirt. Yeah, it's impossible to follow who's saying what in any of the dialogues. Awesome. Gotta push back. Incredible. Feel free to repeat advice, because it was definitely passing by very quickly in chat. Oh, that's so sick. Yeah, this is not in the other versions or the console versions. I know you get a little cutscene when you defeat these. I think that was not quite in the Mega Drive version, or like part of it. Revenge for your father, beat me if you can. That's pretty. Yeah, I'm sure some things are different. Apparently, the input motions for the special moves are different, which is like a kind of a crazy regional change. I did hit a button there. You couldn't tell, but I did like a early jump kick. But he countered it on like the, I don't know, what looked like the startup frames. Oh boy, I accidentally unfocused the window. Okay, that, well, I don't know if works is the right word, but connected. Looked like the Zayakin hit meaty, sort of. I'm not sure, Wartoy. As far as I'm aware, you can't really control the plane shifting manually in this. I'd like prefer not to anyway. I hate that. Like, that's always... Okay, cool. Like, basically they sort of streamlined the plane shifting more for every game until they fully just got rid of it in Mark of the Wolves. I do think it works okay in the real bout games, but it's like never not been clunky. Like, I have a projectile, but it's like 10 times slower than his. I feel like that's probably not going to work. What's up, Zetsubera? Gaming is reasonably large. That was a lot of damage. We got some adequately sized gaming going on here, at least. Discovered some quality cheese strats for Billy. He's here's... Yeah, well, I was gonna say the whack thing. There's a lot of whack things about the plane shifting mechanic, but one of the very whack things is that it's really hard to tell when, like, it's not at all obvious that someone is moving to another plane. Like, some attacks you can kind of tell if you're being knocked, like, perfectly straight into the background. There's no, like, lateral movement. But if you're getting launched across the screen, it's not that easy to tell that you're landing like 8 pixels higher up into the background, and because you did, now all of your moves like don't work basically. Geese is awesome in Tekken 7. I mean, Geese is awesome, period. Like, he's never not been awesome. Dr. Dragon Smoke. Okay, did that chip or... Oh, whatever. Thank you for the follow. Vardia143, I think I missed your follow alert. Thanks as well, of course. I feel like there's gonna be some, like, stupid shit like that. I was gonna say, I can't take any more chip, but we're on to something there, I think. Doesn't block after getting up. We'll see. Like, medium moves generally seem pretty effective in this, but it's hard to... It's been difficult to say anything conclusively. Like, Andy's crouching kick has, like, shitty range, because he's, like, leaning all the way over backwards. Like, you would think that crouching sweep has, like, a better range than crouching jab. But, nope. The standing one. I did something before when he was like... Yeah, he's like jumping and I'm hitting him out of it. I think if I'm cornering myself like this, he's just not gonna stop doing it. That's the thing, like, he gets... If he hangs back a little bit, he will chip a lot. So... But I wonder if I can... Oh, yeah, okay. Standing kick is... Right. Yeah, that's not good. But maybe I can do something like that. I can, like... I probably am, like, plus 15 or something when I hit that jab, right? So I could probably walk up and crouch and, like, position myself to hit another one. Like, even the Reppuken doesn't have a lot of block stun, right? Yeah, so that didn't quite work, but maybe I was late. I'm not sure if the Zayankin, like, if it stops moving and, like, ends its active frames early if I push up against him, or if it can just do it early and, like, does it just have a set amount of active frames? Because if it does, then I guess I could just get closer and do it early. We got some 90s range on my crouching jab as well. All right, okay. But I think we're getting closer. We're getting the hang of it. Works on everyone, but he counters it time to time. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's just like worth the gamble then, right? Because it'll speed up the fight. Well, it's gonna be over pretty quick no matter what, right? But yeah, this is not great. Yeah, I think I need to be a little bit more aggressive than that. The Reppuken is like fast, but not, you know, not that fast. Dude, okay, I was like after my like recovery. That standing punch was supposed to be a Zayankin. Yeah. I mean, he's easier than Dai, though. We played DOA 1 on PlayStation right before this. 40 minutes, damn it. Like, we were having such smooth progress early on. That's up running wild. Oh, see, I knocked him into the background. Just let him walk forward. Oh, okay. I was thinking maybe I can neutral jump over them to get him closer, which is like, you know, at this range is like kind of works, but his neutral. Jump kick is so fucking good. Alright, okay, we got it casual perfect on Geese. That worked out. Yeah, it seems like I can have an okay time hitting him, like jabbing him out of his plane attack. If it comes to that. Okay, did you guys see that hitbox? That was a bad jump. Got a little too antsy. I got impatient. I kind of forgot what I was doing. Yeah, this is probably the coolest stage in this game. I like some of the stages. Like, some of them are kind of weird looking conceptually, like the Bajai stage. It's also kind of odd to see this, like, just seeing the way Southtown kind of looks in the background. Like, it kind of weirdly looks less metropolitan than you would kind of expect. Nice. I mean, there's like bigger buildings, but there's a lot of greenery. There's like lakes and mountains and stuff. Like, there's so much just nature. Seems unexpected. But it's cool to see a lot of the kind of locations and concepts for stages that were kind of revisited and evolved a lot in some of the sequels. Like, even KOF 15 has the Sound Beach stage that's like very much based on this game, like more than any other version. It even has the like the Mohawk dudes and the purple pants in it, right? Oh, these touch. Michael Max is hanging out too. Oh, come on. Yeah, it's kind of cool to get like the perspective, right? But I think even like this stage, right? Like East Tower has been in so many games, and it's like never not been cool. But I wouldn't say this is like a favorite version of mine. I mean, I like it just fine. I have no complaints. But like the final boss battle in like Fatal Fury 2 is incredibly sick. Nice! There we go. Got him. And like 3 and Railbound, and like every version is just sick. It's like one of the coolest stages in Tekken 7 too, right? Alright, I guess that's time. Oh yeah, we'll get the cool date, right? Yeah. January 13th, 1923. Geese Howard dies in blah, blah, blah. Prologue of the newborn legend. Yeah, because of course the it uses the hardware calendar, but the Neo Geo hardware only stores dates in 2 digits. This sure is a choice for font color. Yeah, like the Neo Geo hardware has a like a date, like a battery calendar or whatever. Like it keeps track of the date. But this is the only game I can think of offhand where you ever really see it. But I guess probably because, you know, the Neo Geo arcade hardware also supported the memory card. Like, you know, seems like a weird thing now, but, you know, it's just experimental kind of features. But yeah, the Neo Geo home console had memory cards that you could use. And even that conceptually seems strange for like a console that is arcade games. Like, what do you have a memory card for? But yeah, you can basically save progress, and the Neo Geo arcade hardware supports it. And you know, if you have a cabinet that actually has a memory card slot, you can like when you game over in a game on console, you can like choose to save and you can like continue from there. Obviously the implementation is going to be a little different from game to game. I remember messing with it a little bit on emulator at some point. Oh, it's pretty cool. Enemy name, it shows you how far you got. Mr. Knight, thank you for the follow. Yeah, but so when I was mentioning the console memory card stuff, I wasn't referring to the specifics of the date in this game. I just mean that, you know, maybe if you had like save data on, I don't know, Baseball Stars 2 or whatever, maybe on the console it would make sense to like keep track of the calendar date of the save data, and that would justify like having the arcade version also keep track of dates. Because otherwise, like, I don't know, it seems, you know, a normal feature for like computer hardware or whatever, but it's not like most games would ever make any kind of use of it. But I don't know, maybe for bookkeeping or you know, statistics purposes or something like that. Yeah, I guess the Super Spy is a good example of a game where the memory card actually makes sense. Crossed Swords, maybe. Yeah, I mean, game credits across the world have never been particularly consistent, but yeah, in a lot of Japanese, especially arcade games, you often see credits for like object design and scroll, and that's basically like object is like characters and sprites, and scroll is backgrounds, stuff like that. But yeah, planner is basically the closest to, you know, it could be like a director, but as far as like game development discipline, it would basically be a game designer. Yeah. Well, yeah, there we have it. Best players. Looks like I'm the best. What can I say? We're done with one more game, which means that it is time to set up another raffle. So the way this works is you get to type the word raffle when prompted to do so. There'll be a 3-minute countdown. And in fact, let me start it. Looks like we are good to go here. Oh yeah, I should probably type in the keyword also. Yep, there we go. And if you have typed the word raffle when we do this thing, you may just be the winner. If you are a subscriber, you have increased luck. But as we know, anyone and everyone is capable of rigging a raffle. Just takes a little bit of skill, hard work, and luck, I guess. While this is counting down, let me find Fatal Fury in my spreadsheet here. We will list this off as having been played in 2023-01-13. Our second game of the night. So let's mark that as red. That is 185 games out of 293. 63.14% completion of our quest here. You basically play through my backlog of games in my collection. Now, this is not a game in my physical collection. We're playing an emulated arcade game. But this whole thing that we're doing, it actually goes all the way back to New Year's Eve 2019. The end of 2019, I wanted to do a New Year's Eve special, and I was like, hey, let's do viewers' choice fighting games. So we did like a 12-hour stream of just that. And then, like, for the sake of simplicity, I basically just prepared games that I could play on MAME. But I had so much fun doing that I decided that, hey, we should do this a regular, recurring thing. But I should populate the list with, like, every fighting game I have in my collection, basically. And I didn't feel like I wanted to take out any of those games I'd already put on there. But ever since the beginning of 2020, the only games I've added, well, the only, I've added a lot of games to the list, but the games that I have added are all games that I have in my collection. And as I buy more fighting games, which I do on a fairly regular basis, I add them to the list. So currently, the list is of 293 games. Actually, it's probably slightly less than that because there are a couple of games on the list that are not available due to some hardware issues and things like that. But yeah, roughly 290 games. And there will be more as I get them. In fact, this game was here originally all the way back in 2019. But the Super Famicom version of this I got very recently. And boy, it's not very good compared to this. Constant flow of fighting games, that's right. All right, last few seconds here. I should have said last call to add your name, but it's probably too late now with Twitch lag being what it is. All right. Let's go! Let's go! Boom! Seminasuke. Congrats, you are our next winner. What is it going to be? What direction will the flow of fighting games go next? Mortal Kombat X. Boy, now that is a game I have not played in quite some time. But fine by me. Jason, all right, okay. So I'm assuming, let me just double check here. I'm assuming I have this, yeah, the PS4 version is the one I have listed. I think that's the one I have. It's funny, I've been seeing it on sale on Xbox. And I've been like contemplating buying it on Xbox, like just to have it. Not, you know, no real reason. Where's my mouse cursor? Oh, there we go. Anyway, thank you, Fatal Fury. Let's move on. But I didn't. But I have it on PS4. I got all the DLC and everything. So Jason, it is. It is Friday the 13th. That is a good point. Thank you, Simonowski, for being on top of things, keeping it thematic. All right, so I gotta change.
That's pretty much what 80s movie scores and soundtracks sounded.
No, thank you, Patrick H. Williams. I was watching that before. I didn't mean to resume that playback. Whatever. I'll watch another YouTube video after the stream. What the hell? I did not. Yeah, this computer. It's a good thing I'm building a new PC. Oh yeah, so we should. All right. That's what I want. All right, get your Jamaican skeleton dances ready while I prepare a few things here. All right. Versus. Oh yeah, shit. It's on disc, right? So. I almost got MK11. The discs look pretty similar. Yeah, Schubert, for sure. Like, weird resume playback things can happen like that. But I'm pretty sure I did not hit any kind of resume playback button. So I don't know what, like, possessed my computer to do that. But that's fine. All right. Mortal Kombat XL. They, of course, rebranded the name, rebranded the game as when they released the second, like, combat pass they did the rollback netcode patch and all that stuff. So somehow, I guess there's been a patch since I played this last, which seems crazy to me. But I don't think we're missing out on anything crucial. I'm at 40, I wish. Man, I can't believe we still haven't seen the next thing from NetherRealm. I'm like super antsy for whatever's next. And I was for sure thinking we'd see something at the Game Awards, but nope. Maybe E3, who knows? This game was fun, but there's like so much about the visuals of this game that I kind of can't stand. Like fidelity-wise, a lot of it was obviously a step up from MK9, but so much stuff. Like everything looks dirty and gross and weird. Yeah, the Q-Lock basically redid the PC version. As far as I'm aware, it's basically fine, but I haven't like delved into anything to do with this game in several years. But yeah, it was like completely busted at launch. But I think it might actually have been when XL came out. When they did the netcode overhaul and everything. Is that maybe when they did the new PC version as well? I'm not positive. Whole faction wars, like, yeah, a lot of weird stuff in this. I'm assuming offline combat history. Okay. Actually, I guess this would be the easiest. Yeah, okay. Just making sure that I'm not like just the way it's like showing all this stuff in the menu made me worried that like, wait, do I not have this stuff? But I do, I guess. So I guess we're doing a arcade mode. Actually, let me double check. Do you even set? I don't think you set difficulty and stuff here, right? Yeah, just story difficulty. Actually, let me double check the controller. Throw, block, interact.
Look, you!
Okay, we'll see. I've not played this game in a very long time, so I barely remember how to play. Sconnery, thank you for the follow. And I guess, you know, it's not like I expect to know how to play any game that we boot up for these streams, but sometimes with a game like this, it's something that I, at one point in history, did play a lot of. But it's been several years. Traditional towers. Yeah, that's right. That's like the arcade mode. But are there different? Because yeah. Exactly. Like in Injustice, they introduced these like different plans. Basically, yeah, endless survivor. Like pretty cool. They did sort of similar stuff in 11, but it was all tied into like the online stuff. Like it was all like living towers. Yeah, there's so much of this game that's like designed to be kind of bland looking. Like everything is gray. The UI is all like just white on blank. Everyone's got their fucking driver's license mugshot. There's like no pizzazz or style to it, which I think is a bit boring. I think MK11 was definitely a step up, but I'm curious to see what the next one's gonna look like. Jason, I guess he doesn't. Yeah, his only costume is Jason.
Jason Voorhees.
Alright, so I think Slasher is pretty much the only version I ever really played. Stoppable, it's got the resurrection. Basically, like if you have super meter left over when you die, that super meter gets converted to health and you get a resurrection. This is the one when he gets, I guess, more knife combo strings, maybe? Yeah, he gets the teleport. I think overall, like, say what you will about the aesthetics and the animations and like how the characters fight, and you know, sometimes it's a little funny looking, but I think by and large NRS have done really well by their guest characters. Like they've all had like pretty fun and cool ideas and like pretty fleshed out in terms of incorporating stuff from the source material. Like Freddy Krueger was pretty whack, but they've gotten better and better at it, I think. And I think the characters in MK11, like, you know, not all of them are maybe... Like, Rambo was kind of never considered a very good character competitively. And a bit clunky, but, like, I think they did a good job with, you know, coming up with what that character might do in the game. Sometimes, you know, you get the Terminator down 3 anti-air low kick and shit. That looks hilarious, but I guess that's not too bad. But Terminator was fun. Like, it was you could play him at least as like a grappler character. He's one of the characters I played more of in MK11 actually. But in this game, I didn't like any of the guest characters. In fact, I didn't really like any of the DLC characters. Because yeah, Tanya, Tremor, Jason, and Predator were the like season 1 characters, and Leatherface, Alien, Boraicho, and Triborg were the second one. I think Triborg, I guess, was cool. I don't really care for the robots. I never really did, but it was like a very well done execution of the concept of getting the robots in the game. Tremor's one of those characters, like, I hated him because he was so ubiquitous. Everyone played him because he was super duper strong. I also think it's baffling that like there was an actual tangibly sized group of people who were like legitimately clamoring for Tremor to be in a game. Tremor, the blandest nothingness boss in the blandest nothingness, half-finished, farted out 2 years late for 20 bucks Mortal Kombat game, MK Special Forces. Like, for some reason, people wanted him in a game. Because he wears a mask, I suppose. I don't know. To be fair, like, I think they did a good job of fleshing out what that character originally was and turning him into something more. But he's in this, like, weird rock golem with a gas mask. So, like, my frustrations with him isn't really what they did with the character. It's more so that, like, that character got in over, like, 50 others. And that he was kind of ugly and extremely dominant in, like, competitive play. Tanya, I think, like, could have been really cool. But then she was also, like, kind of overpowered, and the Dragon Naginata thing was, like, her cool variations were really bad. So Kobujutsu was like the only good one, and I don't know. She wasn't as cool as she was in the other older games, which is like true for so many characters. I got fucking Boraicho. I don't know. Anyway, let's play. There are people who want No Face and Hydra. I mean, there's people who want... I mean, people think I'm weird because I want Cobra. I think he's like one of the coolest characters of the 3D era, but that's the thing. Like, I want them to acknowledge that period of MK's history, which they didn't really across this game and MK11. There's like a few tiny little nods. You know, Boraicho is in this game, but he fucking sucks, and there's like not much else. Hopefully, whenever we get something new from MK, they'll stop pretending like those years of MK's history didn't happen. Alright. Let's do this. Oh yeah, timer, I guess.
Who disturbs the Empress?
Alright, that's right. Of course, the DLC characters don't have any dialogue.
Round 1, fight.
It's got like 1-1-1, right? Yeah. Alright, back 2 looks like a launcher, sort of. Oh yeah, we've got NJPs in this game, right? Got a big one, but... Oh, that's right, you got a block button in this. Alright, there's no There's no crushing blows, is the word I was looking for. Alright, I've got
Round 2.
X-ray and enhanced. Oh, yeah, breaker. Yeah, I'm sure, like, trying to remember the mechanics. And there's running in this game. Good run.
You want me?
Yeah, I've got the floor bounce, NJP. Alright, let me, I'm sorry, you get a little PV. Oh, yeah, so those are, like, the specifics for this variation. Oh, yeah, that's, like, the buff. Right. So we got brutalities, right? Oh, that's a command grab, okay. See how that works. Final hit must come from shoulder charge or temple slam. Okay. So I don't have to, like, hold buttons or do anything. Okay. Let's try this. Ah, okay. She hit me out of it. Oh, now we don't have meter. Okay, so what meter-less brutalities we got? None that we can do. Okay, I guess we can do a fatality. How many points to make streamer wears mask? You know what? It is Friday the 13th after all, right? Let's do it just for now. Got it here after all, right? There you go. Get in the mood. Why does this fatality have a block input? Kind of weird. All right, down, forward, triangle.
Finish her! Jason.
I like the kind of editing and audio cues. But man, this reminds me how much I really don't like the fatalities in this game. Or in 11, generally speaking. I like them a little bit better in 11 because they're a little more outlandish and stylized. In this game, almost all of them are just kind of disgusting, which kind of goes into this game's just overall sort of disgusting-ish visual style. Like, there's no... Like I said, like, everything is sweaty and grimy and dirty. And that kind of extends to the fatalities as well. Like, it's all just... There's nothing really fun about them, I think. That's kind of why I think the brutalities were such a big improvement. Because they kind of... Oh, that's right. I forgot about this. You can juggle with throws in this game. That's not what I intended to do, but I wanted to do the staging strategy. Oh, that's right. Stage interactions take stamina. That's right. But at least Jason's fatality has like a little bit of a
fight.
There's a little bit of playfulness to it. Like a little bit tongue-in-cheek, sort of. Alright, that's the command grab. Dick throw. Nice. Oh, that's right. He like falls asleep at the end of the buff. Back down. Okay. Does he not have an enhanced version of that? Okay, a lot of moves. Oh, right. Okay, no, the enhanced ones just are listed as separate moves. No, okay, he does have a... Jason temporarily gains armor but cannot jump. Hold up. during the okay, yeah, so there's like right, there's one brutality that's specific to moves. Right. Armored up. There we go.
Brutality. Jason wins.
Feel intimidated. Well, it's just you know, getting in the mood. But yeah, I think the brutalities were like such a the thing I don't like about the fatalities in the modern games is that they feel so disconnected from the game. In the old games, the arcade games, they're like fast paced and they feel like they happen within the actual game space. In the modern games, you cut to a different camera. It's rendering at 30 FPS, but the visual style and quality is different. Like, it's just literally a cutscene. And that just makes it feel very...
Round 1. Fight.
Weird. Trying to make up a silly combo. Trying to meter burn that didn't work, but that's fine.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh yeah, that's a sweet. Oh dude, he's got the fucking Terminator Crouch 3. Moves are so slow. Alright, what else we got? There we go, okay.
Jason wins.
I just shoulder checked his head clean off. Okay, cool, got it. What's up, Tana? Happy Friday the 13th. I should do it. I should actually do just a regular win, because you have like a normal win pose that we don't get to see. That's an ugly Kano face.
Who are you?
Like, everyone is kind of ugly and nasty looking.
Round 1. Fight.
Clothes is dirty and everything. Oh. Dude, that's right. I guess you have to like. You can't like cancel a dash. You can like you press block during a dash to sort of transition into a run.
Round 2.
And then you can cancel the run. But it's you're trying to dash. Yeah. I can't talk while I'm doing this, but look at it, like the color scheme, like everything is brown and gray. I wonder if I can. Ah, that's not gonna work. I remember this brutality being really finicky.
Finish him.
But we can do the other fatalities, so see what it looks like, I guess, yeah, we'll see. The command for this one is so weird, so I might fuck it up. Down, back, forward, circle, plus R2. We got it. The arm just falls off. The other arm just falls, like, okay.
Jason wins. Fatality.
Why not? I think, like, I'm glad at least it's not as weirdly disgusting as a lot of the other ones in this game, so it's alright. The stage fatality is just question marks because they all are until you like find them in the crypt or whatever. And the stage fatality was added in the XL patch. I probably didn't play this game all that much after that came out, so I never like unlocked those. Like, you still do it if you know the command. In fact, if anyone is so inclined, you can look up Jason's stage fatality in case we because they added two. No, they added one in stage. They added the pit. Okay, so that's not a command grab. I see. That's why.
Say my name, bitch.
Got him with the down three. They added the pit, and they also added a stage fatality to one of the existing stages. I think there's like stage brutalities where you can use stage interactables for brutalities if you do like certain conditions. And there's also a bunch of brutalities that aren't listed in the. Oh, you know, Terminator's actually got a similar string to that in 11. We got this one. We got this one. Yeah, we can try for the X-ray one, but it's kind of weird. It says, like, Jason must walk towards his opponent for a few steps before connecting the final hit. So you have to, like, get it at pretty far range. Oh, that's right. We got... oh, I don't have this one. I forgot about this. The fucking faction kills. Oh, we should do that. So you join a faction, which like changes the look of the main menu in certain things, and it also gives you access. Like, and it's kind of a community competition sort of a thing. Whichever faction you're part of sort of competes against the other factions, and as it says here, the highest level one like contribute to a faction war victory. I haven't done that since I haven't played this in like a few years, but you get access to these extra finishing moves. So we should do those if we don't get the brutal. Yeah, too close. Like, you have to, like, he doesn't walk infinitely far, and I think he does have one hit of armor.
Finish her.
Nope. Do I have to be... What the hell? I couldn't do the faction kill. Oh, we'll get to see this then. Full screen. Yeah, I was trying to move it further range. Because it didn't say. I like how the mask just lodges itself in the ground, by the way. Well, Aristotle, pay to win is like a weird way of phrasing it. You're paying money to press 2 buttons to trigger a cutscene instead of pressing 4 buttons to trigger a cutscene. It's not exactly paying for a competitive advantage. But yeah, both this game and 11 have like big fatality tokens. And you can earn a lot of them. At least in 11, you earn a lot of it, but you can pay for them if you really want to. Yeah, Borracho was added in the XL version. And like, I don't know, I thought he was a dumb joke character, and he's not made any like really cooler or interesting in this. He's all dressed in gray and brown like everyone else. I mean, I'm sure he's like more mechanically interesting and whatever than he was ever before, but I just think he's kind of an irredeemably nonsense character, and it's like, oh, he pukes and he farts. That's funny. And also, he's like Liu Kang's master. I thought that would like launch him away. Can I jump off of this? Like, that's the thing, like, Jason is so immobile, relatively speaking, that it's hard to even create the space. There we go. It's hard to create the space necessary for him to travel
Faction kill.
the distance needed to trigger the brutality on his X-ray. And generally, like, mobility in this game is extremely high, like, because you can run. Like, it's hard for it's not necessarily that Jason's mobility is bad, but it's hard for him to create distance. So this stage has a stage fatality, so if someone wants to Google Jason's stage fatality command, feel free to do so and we can try it out.
Round 1, fight.
Red space. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, that's right. These little corpses that just fold up to the surface. You can grab them and toss them.
Round 2, fight.
I think the cool thing, like looking at NRS over the last decade plus, you know, every game they've made has been like pretty different in a lot of ways. Like Injustice 1 to Injustice 2 is like arguably like some of the more similar they've done the game. But there's still a lot of, like, Injustice 2 isn't half as nutty as the first one was. But like MK9, X, and 11 are super different from one another. This could possibly work. Yep, we got it.
Brutality.
That's pretty cool.
Jason wins.
Alright, how far are we? So these towers, by the way, they look different depending on which faction you are in. You get like high-tech towers if you're in special forces and whatever. But a lot of the time, like, so the MK
Misguided one.
so weird in this. Like in Injustice 2 and MK11, they used like scanned actors for the faces, and it's like a pretty big jump in quality and as well as style. But for MK, like, I don't like it in Injustice 2. It's a little bit weird because everyone looks like a cosplaying uncle. I don't know. It's not very. It's not the look I want in the comic book superhero game. But for MK, of course, you know, it's right on brand with the realistic looking characters, right? Kind of weird to see them the way they look here. But what I was gonna say is, like, there's a lot of interesting kind of iteration on a lot of ideas. That you can see kind of the embryo of in one game and see it a little more fleshed out in the next one. Alright, what's this one? It's getting fatal from off screen. Someone threw 20 Lin Kuei logos at him. Alright, that's pretty cool. Fatal Fury Superstar at Raiden, yeah. Alright, we're getting close to the end here.
challenge me?
Another brownish gray beige background. That was a pretty fun, like, silly, like, hashtag campaign I've seen where people were like, make Outworld purple again. Because in MK2, Outworld is all like purple, right? And in this game, it's all desert. And we haven't seen much of the kind of classic, you know, old MK style of Outworld in modern games. I mean, I think they've done interesting things with some visuals and creating some semblance of a, you know, a cultural and civilization that didn't necessarily, you know, in MK2, Outworld is just, you know, Shao Kahn's wasteland, basically. But, you know, even the tiny little back alley of it we see in the first MK movie, like, there's a certain vibe to it that certainly isn't really present here. Alright, let's do another faction kill. Goro's armor just falls off.
Jason wins.
Like, everyone that's wearing like big hats and armor and weapons and stuff that like gets in the way of the fatality animations, they just like conspicuously fall off for the finisher. I mean, it makes sense. It's just kind of funny looking sometimes. Who was that? No, member of the Lin Kuei, an unnamed member. Actually, I don't know. We can see what the name of the finisher was. Could have done world building while keeping it purple. I mean, I think I think there's room for both, right?
Jason
and I mean, not just both world building and purple, although that is also true. But like the you know, we might the glimpses of Outworld we see in MK2 and MKX don't have to be mutually exclusive. And, you know, MK has always kind of reinvented itself in so many different ways. And especially where, you know, where MK11 leaves things, they're kind of free to do whatever the hell they want. Music in this game is so boring too. Like, this is the one stage that has like some semblance of some music I might recognize. It's basically that weird little riff you hear at the end of a stage or end of a fight. I think MK11 was a slight step up. But it's still nothing like the old games. Chamber. Yeah, this stage is, but there's the corrupted version. There's a bunch of story stages that are, I think you can toggle them. But I know that some stages were at least
tremble before me as I absorb Earthrealm's
available, but weren't like, they were kind of banned in tournament play. That, like the Sky Temple, which is like the coolest stage, has a bunch of like randomly flashing lightning and stuff that makes it hard to see.
Final round.
Yeah, so this is like the corrupted version. So I don't remember how this guy works really, but I'm sure you can choose him pretty easily. But hey, like actual boss characters, it's kind of cool, right? Like, I don't know how to use my meter to deal more damage, so... Alright, he has like extra HP, I guess.
Finish him.
Yeah. So this, like, you win the fight, And then it turns into a 1-round final battle. So even though you win 2-0 against Shinnok, you only get one chance against Corrupted Shinnok. But I still think it's cool. Like, it's a cool boss fight. I think it's probably the best final boss in the modern MK. Like, I think the Chronica boss fight in 11, it's got that cool gimmick element going for it, but it's like not that fun. That's right. Oh, that's right. You can't finish. Yeah, it's got the full screen beams that you can crouch under. Alright. I mean, he's the final boss, that's fine, but... Oh, that's right. He does have a fatality, actually. If we lose a few times, we might get to see it. That's like a cool touch. You know, that's one of those things that NRS, I think, has, like...
Shinnok wins.
They haven't always done it in a way I'm, like, super thrilled with, but I will say that they're pretty much the only fighting game developer, at least, like, in the big leagues, that in the modern era have been, like, very consistently doing the kind of thing I want fighting games to do, where it's like they're putting stuff in the game that doesn't quote-unquote have to be there, but it adds value in making it just feel like a more fleshed out, fun experience. Such as having, you know, proper final boss. Oh shit. Right. Combo of that. Anyway, we got him. Got... I was gonna say Quan Chi's medallion. It's technically Shinnok's medallion, I guess, but... Like, they could have had Shinnok be the final boss, but they made an actual boss version of him. Have these little cutscenes and stuff. And Chronica is even more of a, like, boss. She's not even a regular character.
Like Scorpion, Jason Voorhees was a revenant. A vengeful spirit returned to
Got
life.
proper arcade mode endings.
Hundreds had fallen victim to his bloodlust. Liu Kang, now ruler of the Netherrealm, took notice. An immortal killer like Jason would be useful in his plans for conquest. He drew Jason into the Netherrealm and offered him an endless bounty of slaughter in return for his allegiance. Jason's simple reply was to destroy Liu Kang.
Does that make him the new king of the Netherrealm? Anyway, that's fun. Man, that's such a bummer too, though. Like I mean, I like MK11's plot. I think its story mode is well done, but it doesn't really meaningfully pick up on where anything is left at the end of this game. Basically, you know, Liu Kang and Kitana are like rulers of the Netherrealm. Then Raiden gets red lightning because he's like, fuck it, I've had it with fucking humans, man. And he's like declaring war on the Netherrealm or whatever. And like sort of, you know, obviously MK11 goes for the whole like multiverse time travel stuff, which is cool, it's fun. But it means that like what's set up as the you know, the premise of post MKX is like one timeline that isn't really like, you know, that doesn't end up meaning that much in the grand scheme of things ultimately. But I mean, it's fine. It's like, it's not the first time that's happened for sure. Like every MK game, they kind of like the story always, all the endings are like these big what if kind of things, and Obviously, the DLC guest character stuff, they're a little bit different, but it's not like all the endings otherwise tie into some cohesive storyline. But when I'm talking about the plot with the Liu Kang taking over the Nether, whatever, that's like the end of the story mode, which is at least a little bit more like something you'd think they would follow up on. You know, MK9 ends with Quan Chi retrieving Shinnok's amulet, and Shinnok at least is the villain of MKX. But you know, basically the ending of MK9, which sort of is a retelling of MK1, 2, and 3, implies that the follow-up is going to be kind of MK4. But then MKX, most of its plot takes place after a 25-year time skip. So, like, the MK4 part of the plot is, like, the opening, and then you skip 25 years. So that's I don't want to call it a bait and switch, but it's like, it ended up going in a different direction than you might have expected. And I think that's cool. Like, I think it's perfectly fine for them not to have to... There shouldn't be beholden to, you know, well, this is what we're doing now. We're already planning out our next game. It has to follow these. Like, they're more than welcome to put out a game, think about what they want to do, and then say, fuck it, go in a totally different direction with the next one. I think that's perfectly good. But I just remember, like, finishing this game and thinking about how cool it would be to see some of that stuff, and then feeling a little bummed that we didn't really get to see that stuff explored very much, I guess. There were other fun ideas, but I guess we didn't, like, get to really feel that different status quo, or whatever you'd call it. But yeah, like I said, the end of MK11 basically is like the end of time, and there's like resetting infinite universes. So they're kind of free to do whatever they want. I figure they're not, like, I don't even know how they would, but I was going to say it. I figured it's not going to be very much of a direct continuation of MK11, but probably sort of a reboot, if you'd call it that. But it's kind of fun how it basically like makes retroactively 9, 10, and 11 into sort of a self-contained little trilogy. So yeah, I'm super stoked to see what the next MK is going to be whenever we get to see any sign of it. But we're gonna press the button, set time right there. And the one thing I'll say that, like, I love MK11 because it is kind of more of a dry fighting game. This game is like extremely wacky. It's the complete opposite. It's the wettest fucking fighting game you've ever seen. Well, that's not quite true, but it's, as far as MK goes, for sure. it's really nutty and extremely offensive based and super cheap. And I prefer the style of MK11, but given how the series has evolved, like, I just can't really imagine 12 being, like, I feel like the developers of these games, they usually get sort of impatient and tired of doing the same thing, so they just want to do something different. Like I said, Injustice 2 has more, like, you know, there's a lot of characters from Injustice 1 that are in the game that have basically the same strengths and the same specials, which is very unusual. Like, even in the modern MK games, the characters who are in all 3 games, or even 2 of them, they play pretty differently between the games. So whatever MK12 ends up being, I don't expect it to be like MK11. And that could be a disappointing thing. It could be something super different. I think for sure, just for the sake of variety, I think it would be interesting to see an MK that is maybe not like MKX, which, you know, it takes the running and the hyper-aggressive nature kind of UMK3. But it would be fun and interesting to see an MK that, like, you know, I know a lot of people have been thinking about, like, tag mechanics. Because, you know, MK9 had the tag mode, which was, like, super busted, but it was fun and a good time. You know, I'm always banging the drum for MK versus DC 2. Something I would love to see. Not because I'm particularly a big fan of MK versus DC. That game is pretty bad. But I think there's a lot of promise to that idea that I think would be way cooler than Injustice, especially if they, you know, don't have to be this like overly grim, gray, brown, gritty, grounded, drab version of all that shit, but like actually have some fun with it. Make it more of a, you know, colorful, both literally and, you know, figuratively. And you know, that would be a good, like, imagine, just for the sake of conversation, a game where you have these like the teams of like one DC character teamed up with an MK character, you know, kind of like in Street Fighter Cross Tekken or whatever, where you have these like set, you could obviously mix and match whichever characters you would want, but as far as like official mechanics and arcade mode endings or storylines or whatever, you have these like teams, like some kind of just major shakeup like that, I think would be really interesting. But given that I really did like how MK11 plays, an iterative refinement that would be super cool as well. But I'll be there for it day one, no matter what it ends up being, I'm sure. I'll have fun with it. I mean, every NRS game that has come out, I've definitely had fun with. Some of them I've stuck with longer than others. Some of them I've been more passionate about than others. But I've enjoyed all of them for sure. Much like I did enjoy this. I've been going for quite some time, though. We are keeping good pace, better than we have.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Lamisar on a 31-month streak. Thank you very, very much for that. Mr. Fui, welcome. Well, we are celebrating Friday the 13th here with a Jason run of MKX, and Sword Fam had the bright idea to have me dress for the occasion, and you know what? I had the mask sitting here, so why not? We've completed 3 games already. That's good. That's a better pace than we've had in recent streams like these, so let's keep it up. However, I do need to take a short break. I guess we can, I'm trying to be, you know what, let's be efficient here. It's not gonna, I don't have this properly set up to actually show this on stream, but let's do a raffle. Let's open up the raffle and we'll have it run here while I'm on break, because why not? Apparently maybe I can try something. We'll try this anyway. Oh, it's probably all right, I'm thinking out loud here. Stream production type stuff, whatever. Let me set up a raffle for the next game, and we'll kick that off, and then I will go take a very brief bathroom break. And when I return, we'll see who wins and what game we get to play next. So, let's see here. Dang. Alright. So what if I do this? That on here. Oh, this is gonna look terrible, but that's fine. Let's hide this, I guess. And there we go. Raffle is open. Type raffle in chat, and I'll pick a winner when I return. See you guys in a little bit. Hey, what do you know? I'm back. Perfectly just in time. Let's see who wins. Lamisar, congrats. You have won the quote-unquote giveaway. You get to pick the next game. Oh, I shut down MKX here. Probably disk here. Assuming I'm not going to need that anytime soon. Perfectly timed rigging, yeah. What you got for us? Actually, I should go to the spreadsheet and update it because we just played Mortal Kombat X on the 13th of January 2023. Psychic Force 2. You know, it's so funny, like every time I stream, I feel like there's at least once someone picks a game and I'm like, how has that not been picked? Like, we played that. We did like artwork for it and everything, but I you know, that must have been when I bought the game. Obviously, I wouldn't have put it on the list and not marked it off if I'd played it. So, Psychic Force 2 it is. I'm just like trepidatious here because I remember that game being pretty hard. But I think, I wonder if I played it with, what's his name? Big army guy. And he's like really slow and clunky. So I guess we'll probably pick someone else this time. Psychic Force 2, it is. Let me just shut down my PS4 here. Still running? Oh yeah, obviously. I need to swap devices here. It's been a while since I did one of these streams. Oh no, I'm getting this thing, huh? Oh, no, there we go. Good. Oh yeah, let me double check, actually. Should probably have save data for this, right? Colors look kind of fucked up. Somehow it looks more correct now, even though I changed it back to what it was. Nice, the Dead or Alive save icon changed from Yanfu to Zack. It's pretty good. That looks like Psychic Force 2. Yeah, there we go. Good. Let's this ready for some anime. Not too much anime today, have we? I'm gonna pick Persona 4. I'm glad you didn't, because that's on PS3, and man, I'm always worried about having to deal with that. Sort by name. That's gonna help a little bit. There's more than enough anime to go around, though. Ugh. My face is all numb from wearing the mask. But that was fun, though. I appreciated that. Lord Taito. Alright, let's anime.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Man, I fucking miss games being this cool. Well, I guess I miss anime being this cool too, but... Kind of a limp ending, but, you know, pretty sick. Ah, oh, crisp, high-res title screen. That's a good sound. Psychicers Network. Oh, it's Pocket Station. I should get a fucking Pocket Station. This fucking dramatic piano chord. Pretty sick. I vaguely recall is trying to look into Psy Expand mode. It's always exciting when you get these like PS1 fighting games that have cryptically named modes, so you have to like go into them and see if you can even figure out what they are. Isn't always highly possible. Album mode. Okay. Yeah, Gates. That's the guy we played, right? So I wonder if... Right. But probably we have like something unlocked with Gates. Yeah, but not all of it. So I don't know if there's like branching paths. Like presumably you get like... Because I think this is all like the ending. I don't think there's like multiple cutscenes throughout the game. But probably depending on how certain fights went or something you did, you maybe unlock different scenes. Or maybe you just get like 5 screens of an ending and then there's 2 of something else. I don't know. Kind of stuff's always cool. Like, not that it really matters, because I don't know how, you know, thoroughly I'm going to dig through this, but just like with DOA, like, because playing as different characters actually unlocks stuff, there's like some kind of progression and things added to your save file. Makes... Oh, dude, it's a PS1 game for sure. You leave the cursor alone for 2.5 seconds, and it kicks into attract mode. I want to make sure that, like, I work towards some kind of progression. Option mode, there we go. That's what I was looking for. But I also think Gates, like, just was very hard to play, because he was really slow. Light, strong, expand. Dash, slide dash. Barrier. But I want to say, like, the game doesn't really... It doesn't need more than, like... Because it's an arcade game, right? Like, it doesn't use 6 buttons or whatever. I'm pretty sure. I want to say that at least some of these commands... Like, the dash, I think, is like a macro. Like, you press 2 buttons, whatever. We'll see if we'd figure it out. I just happen to have the arcade stick plugged in. It might be that it actually is easier to play on pad, but... We'll leave it as is. So it was set to very easy, and I still recall it being pretty challenging. But it could be that, you know, maybe the ending is, you get more ending screens on a higher difficulty. But, you know, like I said, I have a recollection of the game being tough. So I have no inclination of raising this from whatever it was set to before. But if it turns out that it was super trivial, then, you know, oh well, so be it. Then maybe we have time for more games, you know? It's not the end of the world. I'm not here to prove myself as the ultimate gamer, even though... You know what? I already have. Fatal Fury have confirmed to us that I'm #1, so I guess I have nothing left to prove.
Look, you!
Rodama, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. 4 buttons. Okay, yeah, we'll see. Field size, normal, small, smallest. It's normal, I guess. Oh yeah, I bumped up the screen. I can look a little bit better. I was gonna say, do we get like a range soundtrack? That was such a cool feature in so many PS1 games. And the arranged soundtracks were like often pretty sick too, right? I mean, I guess this is Zuntata we're talking about, so their music's gonna be sick regardless. You know what? Let's go arcade for now. So, do we want to do story mode? Let's start this real quick and see if we get to like pick it. Because sometimes there's something called story mode and it's like arcade mode with endings. And then you can pick arcade mode and it's like the same, but it doesn't have endings. We get to pick characters anyway. We're not going to pick Gates. We don't have much time here. Might. I mean, he's pretty cool. Arlo. We're going Might, I guess. Sure. Going with... Alright. Do our specials in different directions or whatever. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't know. It's gonna be cool, right? It's... I don't think we're... It's not gonna be some kind of weird anime thing where we're just staring at dialogue screens for half an hour, probably. And if it is, we'll find out pretty quickly.
だとしたら
お前には死んでもらうぜ
You're a psychicer, aren't you? So what if I am? Well, then I'm just gonna have to kill you. So we're going... Alright, that's heavy. Yeah, both attacks and dash. Oh, that's right, you have like special move inputs. Like back, forward, and like half circles and stuff. So slide dash, I get... Oh, okay, so it's like a weird circular dash thing. Character models look pretty good. There's probably like some proximity thing going on. But yeah, that sword is like some kind of quarter circle motion. And I want to say you can do like back, forward. Thing. You have some kind of thigh percentage there that does something. Also, the game screen is kind of... Yeah, it doesn't quite fit on screen.
俺はサイキッカーを狩るために生まれたんだ
Yeah, obviously, like with Street Fighter, you're either facing left or right, so it's pretty easy to just flip the inputs. It doesn't quite work like that when we have free 8-way motion and like you can be facing any one direction. But I want to say it's like relative inputs to your character's facing direction.
悪いが少し付き合ってもらおうかお前を切る
Ready, go!
Left, right, left is the same regardless. Is that what you're saying? What's the barrier guard? Okay, so that... I guess, yeah, the specials use... some kind of psychic juice. So far, they're not really fighting back. I keep looking up at the top of the screen to see the life bar, but there's nothing there. They're on the sides of the screen.
Ready, go!
Actually, is there... Yeah, okay. I figured there wouldn't be. I was like, is there a command list or something, maybe? Square is like a regular guard, I guess. X is expand. Okay, charges up meter. I see. Kind of weird that there's no like visual effect on it. Never seem to aim that in their actual direction. Smash some buttons. Like, that's the thing, though. So far, they're not really fighting back. But I think it's only a matter of time until they do. Yeah, it's not quite at its value in terms of just full over-the-top anime presentation. But it's pretty slick. That game is really, really cool. These guys are pretty cool, like the backgrounds. Some of them have some really good stuff going on. Just what are you? A hunter. Here to take out the psychicers. Hunter? Well, let's see what you're made of. Like, stages are kind of cool. Like, I think the character models are like pretty high quality and high detail. But I'm not like, I don't know, I'm not in love with the character designs. Like, the artwork is beautifully drawn, the 2D art. But a lot of the character designs, I think, are, I don't know, they're not quite there. Like, not for kind of main characters. I think Gates is sick. Like, his design is awesome. I'm assuming Mike is the same guy as the main character in the first game. And I want to say that he looked cooler there. Might be a thing with more characters. It's a little bit unfortunate, you know, but still a game that has like a pretty cool atmosphere. The flashing effect when you hit the walls, that's definitely pretty sick. First game of the guy named Burn. Okay, I just vaguely recall a guy who sort of had the same hair. And he's a secret character. Okay, that makes sense. That sounds vaguely familiar. Against me, I was born to fight. Yeah, I like the story mode, like the depth of the kind of narrative here is nothing more than it needs to be. I guess we could have probably followed or done something off that. Fighting back. Oh, we got her. Okay. Yeah, I still, like, that's the thing. Because no one else has really been fighting back. God, I have no idea what I'm actually doing. Like, in terms of actually avoiding, like, what do I need to do to avoid getting hit? And, like, meter management and basically any actual strategy or technique. I can press some buttons and, alright, I'm holding guard. Maybe the regular guard only works against physical attacks. So you need to use the meter. Can't aim that worth shit. Yeah, I know that the moves use meter because, like, I can tell because it goes down as soon as I do anything. Yeah, it seems like I'm holding X, the meter goes up slowly, but I'm not sure if it's literally just going up naturally from doing nothing. But the X button is called the expand button, and it seemed like when I'm holding it, the meter goes up, but it's pretty slow and there's no visual effect, so I'm not positive. Like, she was doing something where it looked like she was charging, so I don't know if that's like a thing I should be doing.
君にも肉親はいるはず。それを失った悲しみもわかるはずです。何のことだ？妹のレジーナの仇を撃たせてもらいます。覚悟してください。
Okay, yeah. Maybe you have to press expand and something else, I don't know. This music though. That actually hit good. Should be both attack buttons and guard to charge? Oh, there we go. Yep, got it. Thank you. That's a little faster. Oh! That worked. That was pretty cool. Not really fighting music, but I can dig it.
Ready, go!
Oh. Ooh, tricky to keep track of the buttons. Yeah, it doesn't feel super well suited for the arcade stick with a default layout anyway. We're making do. We're making do.
肉親思い出せない。だが、俺には進むしかないんだ。
Alright, he can't remember his real parents, I guess? But he has no choice but to keep fighting. Keep moving forward. Are we in for a shocking reveal here? Some kind? His dark lineage?
お前がハンターか。お前は何のために戦っているのだ。
Why do you fight?
サイキッカーを狩る。それが俺の使命だからさ。お前もサイキッカーではないのか。同族を狩ることに何の意味があるのか。
Destroy all the psychics, that's my destiny. But aren't you yourself a psychic? Shut up! Satisfying, like following up the wall splat. Okay. Oh, dude. I was gonna say the combo, it's like 3 resets, but it worked.
Ready, go!
Alright, Captain Anime. Oh, okay, I didn't move there. Oh, okay. Alright, let's do these full screen jams. We got him. Death Star background. It's always interesting to see, I think, like with PS1 fighting games. I'm a hunter. I don't need a reason to fight. Alright, sure, you got him. Like with the limited resources they have, especially with games that manage to maintain 60 FPS, and especially if they look good too, it's always really crazy to see, like, they have so little to work with, like what they manage to squeeze out of what they can do with backgrounds. Like I recall playing X-Men Mutant Academy, which I don't think is a very good game, but it's got some actually pretty cool stuff going for it visually. And stuff like Critical Blow and Fighter's Impact. Like this is 30 FPS, so of course it gets a little more leeway. But regardless, like it can still obviously look cool. It's more like it's just all the more impressive and, you know, gonna be more limited in a 60 FPS game. Oh boy, that doesn't look good. I'm dead. Oh, sure, it sounds like a Zuntata soundtrack. It's going all over the place.
Ready, go!
Okay. Oh boy, this is not good. There we go. I just needed to land any kind of tiny stray hit. Yeah, I'm not really sure how... like, stun and whatever works. I'm trying to move out of the way. Okay, so down first thing. Right. Oh, I was holding block, but it didn't work. I was trying to dash in and do a combo, but I couldn't get close enough.
Ready, go!
Whoever's next is probably going to destroy us, but like, it still feels bad to lose out on what's so far. 1 CC. Especially when it feels like you could have had it. It was like a close call. I don't know if that deals more damage than just a heavy attack, but I assume so. Input a 360 while holding guard to block psychic attacks. I don't know exactly what psychic attacks are, but... oh, okay, so that's the... okay, that's the barrier. I have a button for that. That's good to know. Okay, I'm getting fucking mega destroyed now.
Fuck you!
Oh, I was trying to use the sword. Okay. Whew. That felt really close.
なぜだこんな不快な気持ちは初めてだ
Never felt like this before. Oh, final episode. See?
ようやく来ましたか
This close to getting to the final episode.
待ちくたびれましたよ
On one credit.
俺のことを知っているのかおやおや
High res mode for the story
時
scenes.
空を
That's
超えた
sick.
反動で記憶をなくされたようですね時空をどういうことだあなたは軍が現在研究開発している生体兵器
Yeah, but this is the second to easiest difficulty level.
一体なのですよあなたは未来からやってきたのです
Alright, I came from the future apparently.
未来からまさかあなたがこの時代にやってきて創造主たる私に牙を向くことになろうとはねしかしご安心くださいこの時の乱れ
I mean, that's the thing, like, I figured if I get this far, I'll probably get, just like most of the games we played today, I'd probably have to continue 20 times on the final boss. That's just to be expected. But we'll see.
お前を狩ること。その命令が一番強く焼き付いているんだからな。
果たしてあなたに残されたわずかな時間でそれができますかね。
We're a hunter. We gotta destroy him. Gotta destroy all the psychickers. That's the gist of the story, I guess. Came from the future to destroy psychickers.
Ready, go!
Looks like it's gonna hurt. That could have been worse, I guess. Alright, just mash, I guess. Okay, works out. We got a limb here. I guess the Wong's a bad guy. Sounds like a smug fuck. Alright, okay. Okay, got him. You know, man, this makes me even more upset that we took that loss. Oh, dude, look at the art. Well, it wasn't quite the ones you see, but we got the first try Wong at least. We got a one continue clear. I only used one continue. It's all over. Assuming there's not a final episode part 2. Yeah, I lost once against Patty. I wonder if something like that might... Or it could be, I guess. We'll look at the album mode after this. Oh, I guess he's a clone. That's why Wong was talking about Might only having a little bit of time left. So I guess he's like a time-limited clone. Alright, whatever. Some science fiction shit. So I guess maybe like all this stuff was added for the PlayStation version, right? So if you play arcade mode, maybe you get an ending with a picture or two, and that's like the last stuff to unlock in the gallery. So basically the gallery might be the arcade ending and story ending for each character. That could be a thing. Yeah, at least I lost the girl on the box, not some jobber. Yeah. Sick soundtrack for sure. Like, I feel like you don't really get to hear too much of it because it's like it goes by really fast. Not a jam. Because, you know, it makes sense, like a fighting game or something like this, especially, like in DOA, it's nice, right? You know, you continue and the music keeps playing, so you get to hear each song a little longer if you're stuck on the same character for a while. But I'm just comparing this to, like, some of the other kind of crazier Ido soundtracks we heard over the past year when we played all those arcade games on the Eager 2 Mini, right? Where if you have a shoot 'em up or, you know, a Rastan Saga or a Ninja Warriors or whatever, you can have an actual 5-minute song that you actually hear all of, but you don't really get that in a fighting game. But Worth listening to outside of the game for sure. Well, that was surprisingly nice and smooth. I'm glad. I think sticking to the easier difficulty level was the right choice. Because even if, you know, you don't get to quite, you're not forced to kind of engage with all the systems and learn them. If I'd played on a higher difficulty level, by the end of it, I would maybe have learned a little bit more about how few things work, but I would also have been a lot more frustrated in the process, and we would have been playing the game for at least twice as long. So I'm fine. Honestly, like, I think this is probably preferable for these kinds of streams. Especially, like, I'm very happy a bunch of you in chat were able to... Oh, you can now select might in a new color. Sick. That's one of my favorite things doing these streams. Like, playing something that I think looks kind of cool, but I don't really know that well, and just have people in chat drop a bunch of knowledge. And through no additional effort of my own, I've learned more about the games and have gotten better at them. Like, that's the ideal. And it's going to be a little easier to do that if I'm not, like, struggling like crazy. Yeah, okay, so this okay, that seems about right. The layout is kind of peculiar, the order of them. Like, it makes it look like we're missing the third and the sixth picture, but I don't think that's the case. It could be that these are scenes missing on a lower difficulty level, you know? Who knows? I'm sure you could look it up, but we're fine like this, so let's make sure to save our data. That fucking sound. I guess I do an option. Save complete. Yeah, I knew, I mean, I played, or at least saw the original game back in the day. Didn't think too much about it. Didn't really see it or play it extensively. But I was, like, vaguely familiar with it. But I didn't really play either of these games until I picked them up in the last couple of years. So I'm not really familiar with any of the arcade versions, or, like, 2012, I guess, is the Dreamcast version, right? Actually, wasn't the arcade version also called that or something? I want to say that there's some kind of difference between this and the arcade in the title, but I could be misremembering. We're not going to, like, go through a run or anything, but because we're even at a sub 30 minutes, I'm curious to at least boot up arcade mode just to see what it looks like, if there's, like, any immediate differences in how it's presented. Let's see if we can figure out how to pick. Okay, I pressed start. Can I back out? Probably not. Oh, okay. Expand slot. Okay. This is only the arcade mode. That's interesting. This is probably the Pocket Station mode thing, right? Yeah, for sure. Like, any 3D arcade game would have looked worse on PlayStation, undoubtedly. Like, so that doesn't surprise me at all. But it would look worse. But it makes sense that the Dreamcast version would, like, probably maintain the original graphics. Yeah, so that animation's different. There's no dialogue. There's a timer. Let's win one match and see what that looks like. These animations are so good. Like, even the facial animation, like, you can barely make it out. It's so cool that it's there. Again, I'm sure the arcade version runs at a higher, probably frame rate and resolution. But it's not unusual. Did I just throw him? I think I did. Like, there's a lot of PlayStation, like, fighting games and other stuff like this that have characters that are detailed enough that the PlayStation, like, is pretty much never able to really render it enough to really appreciate all that detail. It's kind of cool to see it. And it makes for, like, it's a kind of a tricky thing, because, like, on the one hand, you could play this on emulator and render it at higher resolution, and some games, for sure, like, benefit from that. But even when that does allow you to appreciate more of the texture detail that gets lost, it doesn't necessarily make it look better. A lot of the time, like, the fidelity of the geometry of the 3D models is, like, basically perfectly sort of aligned to look good in this rendering resolution. So when you render it at a higher resolution, like, it just comes across. I mean, when you see, like, I don't know, Final Fantasy VII running on a PC in 4K resolution or whatever, like, it just looks a little funky sometimes. I mean, especially when you have a bunch of 2D elements and backgrounds and stuff like that. But it's definitely, you know, you can't really say one thing about that across the board. It definitely differs a lot from game to game, depending on the art style and stuff. There's certainly some things that do hold up super well at higher resolutions, and there's stuff that, like, just doesn't work at all. Anyway, that's Psychic Force 2. We'll call it there. Yeah, I'm shocked at how well we've actually managed to keep a good pace here with a number of games, but we have time for one more. I want to try not to go super late as well, but it's 11 p.m. We've been going for 4 hours, so we can do one more game. Give me a second here, and we'll set up one more raffle. And there we go. Should now be live. Type raffle and chat. And you will get to have a chance to pick the next game. Oh yeah, I can just do this. I noticed here in my spreadsheet that we actually played the first one almost exactly 3 years ago. It was one of the first games picked, actually, because, as I mentioned, the very genesis of this entire viewer's choice fighting game thing was started on New Year's Eve 2019, and what I assume was the very next stream after that, on January 10th, 2020, we played Psychic Force 1. Okay, so we didn't look at this, right? Expand mode. So we got some XP with characters. Oh, I gained this probably because I played arcade mode for like one match. This like doesn't apply. Or do I picked it? It's so long since the first one. Yeah, that's the thing. There's so many games, right? There's a lot of stuff. It's like kind of rare to pick something where it's like, yeah, I played this not long ago. Everything goes in like cycles of a good couple of years. I mean, every now and then there's something that comes up a little more often, or, you know, something like Fatal Fury, where we kind of looked at the various versions relatively recently for, you know, it just kind of worked out that way. Are we streaming? Let me know if I'm live. OBS says I'm live. That was really bizarre. Like, I just got an error message that said, like, yeah, the, like, NVIDIA encoder or whatever is, like, not working. And sometimes I've had that error, like, I've had problems starting the stream here and there for the past, I don't know, few months. It's happened a couple of times. this is the first time it's ever happened mid-stream, which I had no idea could happen. The weird thing is too, like OBS is complaining about some kind of video encoding thing, but okay. But the solution, like what I've been doing to fix the problem, is to change Twitch servers. Like by trying to connect to a different Twitch server, for some reason OBS has an easier time encoding the video stream. Like it makes no sense, but I don't know. I guess just one of many reasons I'm looking forward to getting a new PC. Anyway, let's roll a raffle winner here and do one more game. Boom, Spiritual Chief of Gronks. Congrats. You get to pick the next and final game of the evening. Blame Trap. He worked at Nvidia. All right, sure, do that. Bushido Blade, dude. That's one other thing. Like another game. Like how is that? How do we not? How do we not play that on stream? I feel like I've played the Bushido Blade games enough to get like incredibly mad at them. We'll play it, but I feel like we should be free of them at this point, but I guess not. I feel like I should, like that's a pad game for sure, right? Well, we'll bring this back up, I guess. I mean, I know we played Bushido Blade 2. I thought I'd played 1 enough for it to have been one of these streams, but I guess not. Oh yeah, we'll just check on the memory card in the meantime. Well, I mean, I don't want to influence anyone's choice, and I also don't want to make it, like, I feel like I have to repeat this. But I suppose it bears repeating that, like, I wouldn't put anything on the list if I didn't want to play it. But I understand that, like, even though I say that, obviously I may have a better time with one game than another, you know? So, obviously, anyone is free. This is Bushido Blade 2. Bushido Blade 1, there we go. Anyone is free to want to or not want to pick a game for any reason. So I think that's, like, perfectly valid. But I don't want anyone to feel like there's something they want to pick, but they, like, feel bad about picking it because you're worried about, like, what I'm going to think of it or that I'm not going to enjoy it or something. Like, if you think that you're not going to enjoy me playing it, that's obviously, you know, that's up to you. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not specifically or only addressing you directly, Lamasar. Just, like I said, I think it, you know, it's worth mentioning, bears repeating. Anyway, let's boot this up. If I can dig it. Vaguely recall ad scene, like shoulder buttons, so you toggle between. Lord Lightweight. Didn't they make the Kengol games as well? I want to say that they had something to do with those. They did a lot, like, they did this, and then they eventually did Zankabuki. Is that maybe the most infamous viewer's choice fighting game ever played on this stream? Might be. Like, always these very peculiar high-concept games. Alright, let's pick this. Zankabuki was. Yeah, that's it. Zankabuki, unquestionably one of the video games of all time. J. Greetings. Happy Friday. Happy Friday the 13th, even. I hope you are well, and I hope everyone is well also. Let's see if we can load some save data here. I don't know. I know that there's secrets and hidden boss fights and alternate endings. Like, the one thing I can, like, endlessly respect this game and these games for is how, like, absurdly elaborate they are, and kind of the setting and the... Like, there's a bunch of unlockable stuff and hidden modes. Like, there's a lot of meat on the bone, you know, for these games, for sure. Chambara mode, yeah, that's right. Not the Kumite mode, it's the Chambara mode. Makes sense, I guess. Own view mode, yeah, that's the first-person mode. Link, yeah, like Fishing Tyson mode. This is like Link Cable versus, so it's like first-person mode in multiplayer. Movie option, just want to make sure. Oh, yeah, of course. Easy, difficult. All right, easy.
Look you!
Adim Ancient, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Music. Monitor, color. I guess you can play in black and white. Continue, on, off. Yeah, I think we'll do continue on. Background, dark or light? Does it mean like the backgrounds fade into white instead of black or something? Memory card. Load. I'm assuming it probably did load, but do that just in case, I guess. How many PlayStation games even use the system link? Probably quite a few, I would say. Doom definitely has system link support. I want to say there's probably more like racing games. Probably other like Namco arcade game type stuff. I'm sure like Armored Core or other like mech games. Seems like the kind of thing that would have support for it. I don't know offhand like of many games in my collection. Like I know I've noticed in passing picking up games for the PlayStation or Saturn or Super Famicom that has like mouse support or multi-tap support and that kind of thing. Obviously, System Link isn't something that's ever going to be that relevant for me as a streamer or anything. So it might be that I have some that support it, but I just wouldn't really have thought much of it. Quite a few only early on. Retracer, Cyberslam. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Autosave on. Okay. Like I imagine it would be, maybe later on. I don't know. Maybe it could have been that at that point it was sort of like it maybe had been determined that it wasn't much of a compelling sales pitch, that it wasn't maybe worth putting the effort into. Which, funnily enough, of course, like Xbox and 360 ended up having doing very well with like LAN support for like Halo and Gears of War and shit. So there's probably like more games. Well, I don't know about more, but obviously like networked multiplayer and stuff ended up becoming more of a thing. Like I feel like for somehow it seems like much easier to imagine setting up a like Xbox 360 LAN to play Gears of War than it is to imagine someone setting up a head-to-head setup for Bushido Blade on PS1. Just in terms of like how far out of your way you would have to go from your kind of regular way of playing games and your regular habits to set something like that up. Like, not really talking about the physical logistics of moving consoles and TVs and whatever. Although, of course, I guess that's part of it too, because you wouldn't, you'd obviously be able to have a much lighter screen, in the 360 era. But even so, yeah, the first person, I mean, it's obviously a full-on gimmick. The story mode versus mode. I'm just curious. Like, I would like to. I'm not really sure what this is. But Probably some extra thing. Wait, movie. Ikenban demo, like demo from the demo version. So I guess I have one ending with one character. So I suppose we should pick another character. It's like kind of impossible to make out who this is. But I guess we got the name there that I can't read. Girl with pouty face and sort of straight bangs. Well, the main thing I'm like concerned with is making sure that when we're on a different screen, where presumably the portrait might not look the same, will I be able to identify this character and make sure that I pick someone else? I guess we'll find out. I guess we're doing story mode. I don't remember the controls, so I just remember that they're kind of awful. And yeah, someone mentioned, like, okay, it's her. Easy enough. Right, so further left, speed, further right is power. Are these also... Like, I know in the second game, it's this big whole thing with the two different schools. I guess that's not really necessarily a thing here, at least not... they're not presented or sorted that way. Yeah, I feel a little bit hesitant to pick like the fastest and weakest character. Maybe we should go with this guy. But there are like different outfits, aren't there? Try to pick a weird button. Okay. Literally every button on the controller but circle, none of them do anything, so... Yeah, so like you get to pick weapons. Knight sword. But I feel like if you don't pick the character's like weapon, I don't trust that it's gonna like work very well. I don't know. Okay, maybe I'm just like misremembering, or maybe I could be like getting some character designs mixed up with one another. Also for story mode and another for versus. Okay. Alright. Go with this, I guess. The presentation of this is so cool. It's so like singularly unique. Like not just this weird setting where it's like it's a contemporary setting, but it's all like samurai knights and whatever, you know. It's like this weirdly futuristic, like characters are wearing these like outlandish kind of comic book superhero costumes almost. And like so much of the stylistic framing of everything is so steeped in the kind of classic, you know, samurai fiction kind of aesthetic. And I suppose this like very 90s CG look adds to the kind of futuristic aspect, because like depending on what you look at, like you could crop out, I mean what we're looking at here is a perfect example. You could take a tiny sliver of this game and present it and it would be like visually indistinguishable from something that's like full on post Lawnmower Man, just cyber future virtual reality stuff, you know? Not to say that the entire game is like that, but there's like a slight sprinkling of that sort of flavor. L1 to run, yep. Alright, got him. And it just, I don't know. And even this, like the soundscape. Don't like killing women. Yeah, and like half the characters are blonde. It's a very odd, peculiar thing. For sure. All right. Was that dishonorable? Did I hit him in the back? Do I get the bad ending now? There's like shit like that in this game, right?
なぜ拙者を切りに来る?
Because I know there's something in the end where it's like, yeah, even stuff like that mechanically, like you might think that this is a fighting game, and it sort of is, but then it's also parts of it definitely not. Alright, my legs are fucked. Alright, but his life is fucked. Alright. Yeah, Hellish Court is like 1000% based on this. But extremely goofy and not nearly as like stylistically confident. Yeah, so do I get wounded now, like bandaged up, or is that only if I die and continue? I guess we'll find out. Yep, I got a bandaged leg now. Okay, this was a little bit fucked. Sometimes. Yeah. When you hurt someone's leg, they won't be able to stand up, which makes them fight in this like really weird and different way that can be like super unpredictable. Yeah, you have like the weird, like you can run around and climb and shit. There's a lot of weird stuff about this game for sure. Like, it's easy to see how this game really like caught the imagination of people. Like, you play it, and I feel like you can play it a bunch and then suddenly see something you never saw before. Okay, I was gonna jump into the hole, right? Yeah, there we go. It's very like evocative. It's like the kind of game where you might like, it feels like you can exchange weird stories on the, you know, at recess on the schoolyard, because it's like got that quality to it. Oh my god, it's so fucking stiff. Alright, well, game over. So that's the thing, like, it's very cool and mysterious and interesting. But it controls hella awkward. But yeah, you can see like the big drop there, like the height difference there. You can fall down and you can like climb up. The bamboo forest that we saw very briefly there in the cutscene, like that's a level where you can cut down the bamboo. Yeah, so I got a big bandage on my forehead now because I died. Like, how cool of a touch is that? Like, there's infinitely cool touches in this game. Yeah, I'm trying to. Okay. Got a gun, by the way. Alright, we got him. So yeah, we're on a rooftop in a metropolitan city area, because you might not have realized, but this is a modern setting. This game was made by Lightweight, published by Square. I mean, it's definitely got that Square. Or you see the. I guess in this stage you can. Or is that, maybe that's only in the sequel? You can crouch down and grab, like you can throw sand. Like Hammer Guy threw a knife, which I think is a universal mechanic. I don't know if you have to be crouching from a leg injury or how that works. The game has like a lot of weird depth. And I think it's extremely interesting. I just don't think it's like feels very good to play. Because like changing stances and moving, like a lot of what you can do. Oh, okay. I pressed R1 like 4 times to change stance and nothing happened. And then the 5th time he changed stances twice. Alright, so. Yeah, I don't know how to crouch. The issue with that. One is wrong. L2 doesn't do much. Yeah, but there's like stuff where, and I know it affects the endings in some manner, like being dishonorable. R1 and R2 changes stance. L1 runs. I don't know if L2 does anything. I haven't been able to tell. Square? I don't know, because triangle, circle, and X seem to be your main attack buttons. Oh, okay, so square is like a parry. You can sort of like double tap to dash, but it's like kind of clunky and awkward. All right, so I don't know if I hit him in the back. That was like sort of accidentally. I feel like this is like the third person I've accidentally stabbed in the back. Pretty sick, just like seamlessly transition into pre-rendered cutscene. So I know that this can like play out differently. Like I want to say that because I remember, like I said, there's something about like, and I guess that's the different endings, right? Like an honorable ending and a dishonorable one or something. But I remember there's some ending thing where there's like someone is sitting there and you can like choose to stab them, or do I have to just go full Sudoku now?
The Bushido.
Bushido. All right. Got him. So, can you explain how it works, Simnosuke? I obviously don't know. I know that there's a bunch of stuff to it, but I don't know, like, specifics. But I think also, like, you have all these, like, different relationships with the different characters and stuff, and I want to say that there's definitely some kind of different scenario with a different... I don't know if it's character-specific who you face there in the end, or... Because I just remember, like, from playing this as a kid, there's, like, some scene that plays out where there's, like, a woman sitting down with her back to you or something, and you're, like... supposed to, like... I don't know. There's, like, stuff going on there. Shinji Hoso and Ayako Saso. Interesting. I thought Ayako Saso was at Namco, but I guess maybe obviously one person can have worked for multiple places, because Ayako Saso did like Ridge Racer music, I think. But Shinji Hosoe, I think, did most of the music for like Street Fighter EX and stuff. Yeah, I gotta like explore. That's right, you can find like weird exits. Like I said, it's a weird game with mysterious stuff going on. Well, we've only played it for 12 minutes and 52 seconds, so we might as well fuck around a little bit more. Yeah, Street Fighter EX music is excellent, for sure. Yeah, there's like multiple stages and stuff. Right, so this is the guy we just played, right? I guess that's his versus mode. It's so funny looking with the eyes moving. Like the CG here is not really stunning for the time. Like the graphics in the game look pretty good, for sure. Like the environments are cool, like it's got awesome atmosphere. But just in terms of like the fidelity of the character models and stuff, like it's good. It's not embarrassing by any stretch. but it's hardly like bleeding edge either, especially coming from the Square. But at the same time, like there's a kind of a volume to the stuff in this game for what it is too. That's like kind of impressive, and like the game has a sort of hidden depth, but it also has a, I don't know, implied depth. It has this kind of mysterious nature to it where it sort of feels like there might be more to it than there might actually be. I don't know. So, yeah. Let's watch this, the demo version demo. So Square did a lot of demo discs. Like, plenty of their games came with a demo for something else. So there probably was one of those for this game. And I guess that had this movie on it. Obviously, it's included in the full game. But it's cool that they're, like, branding it like the demo movie. Like, it was something they did specifically for the demo version. It's on the sample disc that came with Tobal. Well, that would have been in America, right? Because pretty sure my copy of Tobal doesn't have any demo disc in it. I just know that, like, in America anyway, it was apparently a big deal that Tobal number 1 came with a demo for Final Fantasy VII. I assume was then the same disc. Like, I've just heard people explain it or describe it that way, that people basically bought that game for the Final Fantasy VII demo or whatever. It's kind of an interesting, like, video. Like, I think seeing this, like, it's sort of... It kind of makes the case for what the game is, even though it doesn't really show what the game plays like. And you can, like, excuse it for looking slow and clunky. This is, like, kind of showing off as, like, sort of a proof of concept. And it does, I think... I mean, even in the execution of the final game, you could argue that the clunkiness sort of works. Like, it's obviously not trying to be Marvel vs. Capcom. Well, which didn't exist at the time, but you know what I mean. Not trying to be Guilty Gear. Not trying to be Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, even. But yeah, I just always found it kind of just a little hard to play. Look at what this is. Could it be training of some kind? I don't know the kanji. Yeah, so now we have the different... That's right. At least the training outfits, maybe? I don't know. I guess, like, every character can use every weapon. Bushido Blade, or whatever. I want to say that in the sequel, isn't it something more like... There's a set... like, lineup of weapons per character or something? Oh, this is probably the stage, right? Yeah. Or maybe it's just that the characters have, like, maybe you can pick any weapon, and it's just that they have different affinities. Like, they use different weapons differently well. I'm not sure. Oh, right. So I think this is, like, the sparring, because there's, like, points. Yeah, we got wooden swords, right? So it's, like, not real combat. So, but, like, how cool of a touch is that, right? Like, you have a training mode for a sword fighting game. But you're not going to kill each other. So you have, like, different sound effects. Do I get a point? Is that how this works? Yeah. Isn't there supposed to be... Oh! Hang on. Oh, okay, it's just his sword's low stance is a crouch. Oh, okay, so I hit an attack button after you're dead. resets. Okay, so my arm got fucked. Yeah, when he's like keeping me at bay with the spear, I literally cannot push any closer. Draw distance. Oh, I pressed the button. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I pressed like the high stance button and I can climb up. Do I get... Alright. Explore here, because we're just fucking around anyway. Got him. Dude, this music. Alright, I gotta respawn him. Obstacle. Alright, wow. It goes a lot further this way than I thought. Oh, okay, well. Oh, my sword hit the wall. Yeah. Well, I had a much better time with this time than I had with 2 when I played it most recently. I remember being incredibly frustrated. Yeah. Landing hits is definitely kind of weird. But speaking of the environments, you know, these are like huge arenas that have a pretty significant amount of detail. Like the character models aren't super detailed compared to something, you know, like a Psychic Force 2 or a Bloody Roar or Fighter's Impact. But it's pretty impressive. Unique moves. Can we early wait. Back rolled? No. There we go. I was just trying to soft reboot. Let's do a quick Chambara mode. So this one has... I reckon it probably loads notably faster on PS2, because I didn't find loading in the story mode to be a big deal of any kind. Such weird outfits. Alright, whatever. But I remember back then that I found it... Okay, I don't get a choice, I see. I like the Chambara mode. Because you get to fight a bunch of enemies without a load time. It's just a endless hallway of this. Yeah, weird running in circles is like a big Bushido Blade thing, I feel like. Yeah, thanks, Cody. But this is like where you're fucked. When they start rolling around on the floor, like it's highly unpredictable what's gonna happen. But I kind of like, I mean, obviously I'm not very experienced or skilled with these games, having not played them that much, but even playing this as a kid back in the day, I was like running and trying to get a big running slash is like the thing you do, and not so much in this arena. I got a bit shit there. Because it's so cramped, but otherwise, like, kind of running around. Alright, first boss. But I want to say the sequel also had a slightly more elaborate version of this mode, where you eventually went through like different locations or fought more different opponents or something. I forget. There's like a gigantic delay after a lot of stuff. It doesn't feel very natural or intuitive. Like, how am I hitting him? But it doesn't kill him, but there we go. Okay. A little weird, but we take those. Yeah, your character can't like turn very quickly. Like that's why it's so weird when you get like you run in circles like that, because you can't like adjust your aim. Like that's why running in circle is the OP move, sort of. Kind of doing better than I thought I would, to be honest. What the AI is doing. Presumably, it's gonna get tougher. Press square, nothing happened. We're fighting more of the ladies later on, I think. Did my arm eventually heal? I definitely got my arm fucked up before. And I just realized when I got hit now that I wasn't sure if I... fighting with two arms again. Like, I'm chopping him through his spine like 3 times. So, like, I hit him, but he's... running vertical slash. A little questionable, I suppose. There we go. Like, sometimes it's quite mysterious what does and doesn't make for, like, proper hit. But yeah, doing like the free run and moving around feels like it's more fruitful than trying to like dash or step around. Because even if you can, there's gonna be this kind of delay. Like getting into position to actually being able to do anything. Okay, I got his arm. Yep, figured that would happen. Press the button, you do this like extremely slow attack with a weird long delay. Oh, I didn't realize. What, can I continue? Huh. I thought okay, I didn't think you could continue in this mode. Obviously, I start over from the beginning of the level, quote unquote. But my arm healed and everything. Alright, that's the running mode. Nice. This is pretty cool. Having horrible flashbacks to Kengo 2 though, or Kengo 0, whichever one we played. It has like really cool mechanics for that kind of shit, but it's like impossible to play. It's, like super in depth and just incredibly obtuse. Like satisfying mechanics if you can figure them out, but extremely one of those games where you're basically playing against a computer opponent that knows the game, and if you don't, it's just like not gonna work. It's a little silly. Beating 100 guys in this mode in the sequels, having unlocked one of the gun characters. I see. Okay, so that's a new type of opponent. I was gonna say, I want to say you fight more of the ladies here, so there we go. I got double tap up, and I do this like diagonal steps, or up or down, I guess. Like it's really almost impossible, it seems like, to actually kill them. Like what? Where am I aiming? When they're laying down. Like, they can do these weird lunging attacks that are hard to deal with, but I can't fucking aim towards them. So I don't know, I'm assuming... I didn't get to pick my weapon in this mode, but it just picked the default weapon for this character. And it seems like all of them are using the same weapon. I wonder if that has to do with my choice of character slash weapon, or if it's like this mode is... This is the Chambara mode, it's this like sword battle mode, you're always using this, or maybe the enemies are always using the same weapon as you. Yeah, it's only this one, yeah. I kind of figured that would make sense. Oh boy. I believe I actually survived that. I didn't even hurt my arm. Low attack came in handy. Music is fucking something else. I'm never as scared as when my enemy has no functional legs. That somehow makes them way scarier. I'm curious how the parry works. I'm just using my, like, medium slash. And if I knock him down, making sure that I'm not standing directly in front of him. See, that, right as I say it, I'm like, ah, whatever, I'll just dash up and nope. I shouldn't be in front of them, because they'll just do that. Keep going just a little bit further. I was gonna say we can see if we can make it to 100, but we're fucking only halfway there. Especially if we keep losing, because we died at 54. Means like almost half of your level left. This is like a bit silly. Oh, I got her eventually. Nice. Oh, that actually changed my stance. Gotta move out of the way. Oh, where was my guy aiming? Like, that's what I hate about this. Okay, so now I'm fucked too. I'm not gonna make it to 60 like this. Oh, that's the knife. Okay, I didn't. I don't know how to do the lunging. Oh, okay. Down stance. Not a good idea. Alright, okay. Going better than I would have expected. Circle doesn't do anything. Okay, buttons. Very responsive. Okay. Now the knife comes out. I can like only get the knife to come out at point blank range. Oh, there we go. I did the knife move, but I guess I was out of knives. I made it 260. Oh, there's the knife move again. I wonder if you can pick up the knife. Okay. Alright, okay, my body's messed up. Ah, shit. Hey! Beiju. I'm not sure how I pronounce your name, but thanks for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We're playing fighting games. And trying to figure out how Bushido Blade works. Anyway, welcome everybody. Hello, hello. You friendly faces. I'm sure I've been properly introduced. But if not, I'm Jiggy, I'm from Sweden. I collect old weird Japanese games. I like fighting games, beat 'em ups, other arcade games. Play a little bit of everything. I'm currently Not currently, but as of October last year. Doing an ongoing project of playing every James Bond video game in chronological order. But when I don't do that, I usually play random weird old Japanese stuff that I collect. Every now and again, we do one of these streams where we do viewers' choice fighting games. As we have done tonight, played a couple of different games with varying degrees of success. But I think we had a pretty good run tonight, actually. Got an almost 1cc in Psychic Force 2. And we had a surprisingly okay time getting through Fatal Fury. It could have gone a lot worse. I stopped trying to pace towards her, and then she just ran over me instead. So we played through the story mode. This guy, now we're messing around in the Chambara mode. I guess at this rate, we might as well go for the 100. And a weird sidestep that's also a backdash. Oh, there we go. Got her. But yeah, even this, you know, I had a surprisingly good time with this. I've been very vocal about not being the biggest fan of the Bushido Blade games. I do think they're really cool, like conceptually, and like there's a lot of interesting things about them. I just don't really like how they play. And last time I played Bushido Blade 2 on stream, I think I raged pretty hard at it. So I guess I was thinking that 1 is certainly going to be at least as clunky and awkward, but I guess the story mode is maybe a bit shorter and less annoying gun characters to deal with. I mean, there's the one guy, and we actually got through that, you know, pretty fine. So this has been pretty breezy. Alright, ninjas are back. The green spark. Did I parry something there? Alright. Okay, I didn't... Oh, that's maybe a mistake. Well, I guess if I don't stay right in front of him. Yeah, Tony was like the character I'd always use in 2 because he was just cool, I guess. But 2 has like way more characters, doesn't it? Because I just remember it's got like the 2 groups, like the 2 schools or whatever in the story. And I want to say there's like more characters beyond that too. I don't know, it's been a long time since I played it. And given that I didn't have the greatest of times the last time I did, I'm like not feeling that tempted to pick it up. Ah, lost at 6. Okay, so we have to redo a bunch of ninjas here. Assuming there's no limit to continues here, which there might be, I don't know. Faces look so goofy. Like the eyes of the ninjas, they... I don't know. They look very weird. Like stylistically. I guess most characters' faces look a little bit funky, but you don't really see them so much. But with the ninjas, like they obviously... eyes sort of stand out the way they see them. God, that's a slow move. Yeah, at that point I might as well take death and heal up. So, the game lets us continue. Wow, okay. But I wouldn't be surprised, not remembering here, but I wouldn't be shocked if there's some kind of unlockable that requires you to actually do this deathless. Because that's the thing too, I remember like my general impression of these games, not so much from like back then, but having tried to sort of get into them or enjoy them and understand them at least, is that there's a lot of things that make these games difficult. Some of it by design, some of it not so much. Like the clunkiness adds a level of difficulty to it, just like in... Oh, wow. Yeah, that was my bad. In how you engage with it. But also, obviously, you know, you can very much die in an instant. But that's true, of course. Like, you know, obviously with any competitive game, like playing it against a human is very different. And I mean, I had a friend who had a modded PS1 when we were kids, and he got Bushido Blade 2. And I remember thinking it was fucking sick. We had fun with it for sure. But that's, you know, mashing buttons as a kid. And it's interesting how, like, some games, at least, you know, with fighting games in particular, that I've, you know, it's a genre I've always loved, but I've gotten significantly more technically minded and, you know, understanding how they work as I've grown older. And it makes you see games from your childhood in a different light. I mean, it's not exclusive to fighting games. It's true for many games. But, you know, sometimes it's that kind of increased mechanical understanding you have of a game or a type of game. Sometimes it's just, you know, the context of having played other games that refine similar concepts over however many years or decades and then going back to something old. You know, it can be a combination of factors, but I think a lot of people, anyone who plays old games with any degree of regularity. Alright, I don't think we're doing 100, by the way. Keep resetting here. Like, a lot of people, I'm sure, are familiar with playing something from your childhood and realizing that it's, like, not necessarily that it doesn't hold up, but the experience is very different, and there's, like, a lot of things that either, like, shortcomings that were always there that you didn't necessarily perceive or realize, or just, like, things that the context of how you play games now makes you sort of less patient with. And I think that's maybe a little bit of the experience I had with these games, where 3D fighting games in 1997 were very clunky. So the expectation of how it should feel like just is very different. But also, like, what I'm looking for, it's the same thing with, like, something like, I don't know, Tekken, and I'm not even talking about 1 or 2, but like Tekken 3, Tekken 5 even, like, I enjoy those games, but coming to them now, like, I can more thoroughly pinpoint what it is about them that I maybe don't like as much. Whereas as a kid, like, I didn't have the understanding or the vocabulary sort of to really pinpoint what I did or didn't like about them. But having said that, I've rarely, if ever, had the experience of, like, revisiting something that I really loved and then realizing that it didn't hold up, like, and it's changed my, well, I mean, certainly I've changed my perception of games, but not in a way that's ever, I think, invalidated my memories or my nostalgia for something. I mean, sometimes it can be, you play something and it's like, wow, this is not what I remembered being. But the memories are still there, and if I had a good time with it, I had a good time with it. It's not something to feel bad over. And yeah, I think, like, obviously, I mentioned the Kengo game that was, like, impossible to play because the CPU has, like, the system down pat, and if you don't, like, you don't have a chance. This game isn't maybe quite like that, but it's got a little bit of that combined with the fact that the overall system is so unpredictable and weird that it kind of, even if the CPU is kind of fucking around doing whatever, you're not ever going to feel like that's the case. You're always going to assume that they kind of know what they're doing. But no matter what, if you're playing against another human, surely, like, it's going to feel like you're on more even footing. Like The Fifth Element, playing it recently. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. That's definitely a game I've been curious to play, because I remember playing it once at a shop when it first came out, and literally the only thing I remember about that game is that the animation of Bruce Willis running looked awful. Like, it's not even that, oh, I remembered looking bad. I remember specifically like it looked like his body was suspended in midair and his arms and legs are just like, it's like he was hanging on wires and he's just like waving his arms and legs and not like actually physically running on the floor. And I thought like, wow, that looks really weird. But it still seemed kind of cool. Definitely a game that I don't expect to actually be good, but like I haven't seen the movie in a long time either. But I definitely have a soft spot for movie licensed games in general. I always find them really interesting. I mean, not specifically only movies, but like licensed games. I always find it interesting to see how like source material gets adapted into a game. And I think a lot of the time, I think movie games get a bad rap for sure. Not to say that there aren't bad movie games. There's a lot of bad movie games, but there's a lot of bad other games too. And there's a lot of pretty cool movie games. And even the ones that are mediocre, I think having that kind of built-in like world building and characters and aesthetics and stuff, I think that's an interesting it's an interesting thing for sure. But you know, yeah, I'm sure most PS1 like 3D action platformer type of a game, they're not they weren't super great back then, and they're not super great now either. Anyway, let me give you a shout out. I'm bad at doing this. I never remember to do that. But you guys should go follow and tune in tomorrow. Is it 8 p.m. CET? The World Tundu's premiere opening night thingamajig is happening. I'm going to be tuning into that for sure. It's an ongoing competition of playing old games. I feel like I don't know much about the details, but it sounded like a fun time. I'm going to be part of it. I guess I'll be watching tomorrow to learn what I'm in for. But it should be fun. Should be fun. That'll do it for us tonight. We got through a number of games. Let me make sure to add Bushido Blade to my spreadsheet here before I forget. We have played this, and it is indeed still, well, technically, it is actually the 20 or the 14th, but 2023-01-13 is what I'm going to type here in the spreadsheet. Saturday is a regular streaming day for me. I'm a little bit unsure about tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of work stuff coming up, and I might need to take a little bit of extra time off. I don't know if that means I won't be streaming at all. It might mean that I stream a little bit shorter. I'm not entirely sure how it's going to shake out. But I think most likely we will not be starting the next Bond game tomorrow, as I had suspected. We'll see how I feel tomorrow, but I think we may postpone that a little bit. So we'll see. What point did I reach in my Bond franchise exploration? You know what? Why don't we check in on Games Bond real quick? And give a little update on that. Give me a moment here. Some jams going here in the background. We might as well check out on this. So we do have some hidden secret missions, bonus games being added, and we're already frightfully quickly advancing on our next bonus mission, and we just literally played the first one. That's the most recent thing we did. So let me find my shortcuts here. For those of you who may be new here, we started off with James Bond 007 for a bunch of old computers. We actually completed the game, believe it or not. The SG-1000 version we completed. Actually, I guess that's mostly... well, it was on some consoles and some computers. We played A View to a Kill, the computer game. This game is an unbelievably broken mess, at least on the Commodore 64, the version we played primarily. Got a banger rendition of the theme song, which is definitely cool. Otherwise, a big mess. We played the Goldfinger text adventure, which was kind of fun. We played the View to a Kill text adventure, which I think was better. Still not a great adventure game. But almost, I would say, in advancing order, with the exception of the second game, which was like just a broken mess. The games were kind of like improving with time, each one cooler than the last. We played The Living Daylights, which was also sort of impossible, but at least we could finish the first half of the game just fine, and then it kind of evolved. A weird side-scrolling background shooter type of a thing. We played Live and Let Die, which was a boat racing game, which had, I thought, like multiple, like 5 missions or something. Turns out the game has 1 level. The back of the box completely lies about the contents of the game. We played License to Kill, which was actually incredibly sick. It's all like top-down, but the each level is a little different. And it was very satisfying because it like seemed sort of impossible at first, and then we kind of figured it out. And the rare Amiga game that I actually fully legitimately beat beginning to end. And then The Spy Who Loved Me, which I think was the coolest game. Like, it's one of those things. This was extremely close to being super awesome because parts of it are just absurdly impossible. So you can kind of get past them using a trainer or cheats. Like, it's just very strangely balanced. But the graphics in this game are insane. There's like so much detail, a lot of little animation and cute touches, and also weird things like the driving stage. You can just run over people and they just like, you know, they're splattered all over the streets with like blood everywhere, which like you wouldn't necessarily expect in a Bond game. But then it has like kind of Operation Wolf like shooting scenes in it. There's a thing where Jaws shows up, you have to shoot him, and like the big bad guy takes the girl hostage. You have to like aim very carefully to shoot him without harming the girl, and if you hurt her you get like the bad ending and shit. Very elaborate. So the next game that we're going to be playing is this game here, The Stealth Affair, the point-and-click adventure by Delphine Software, which was not originally a Bond game. It was released in Europe as Operation Stealth, but rebranded with the official Bond license for the US market. So I don't even have this game set up just yet. So I'm not entirely positive which versions exist of the James Bond incarnation of this. I want to play the Amiga version because I assume that one's going to have the best audio and like probably be the premier version. But I'm not sure exactly what's like, whether we will get to play the actual Bond version or not. We'll figure that out. In addition to, so the full list, there's actually, if you're curious, you can check it out right there. There's 50 games on the main list, and then there are secret games as well to be added based on community funding support. And we play the first one of those, which was Shaken But Not Stirred, an unlicensed text adventure game from 1982. Actually, it's not really a text adventure, is it? It's like sort of it was a very strange, ambitious game. It had a little bit of weird text adventuring in it, where it's like it's super random and you basically have to avoid doing anything because anything you do can instantly kill you. Then you had to go and explore this tropical island to find a secret hideout. Then there's like a full-on 3D maze where you have to escape from Pause, Dr. Death's henchman with the metallic hands. And then, oh yeah, there was at the very end, you find like the nuclear bomb and you have to play a game of Mastermind to defuse it. This game was actually pretty sick. It was cooler than I thought. So that's where we're at with Bond. This is a project that I expect to be running the rest of this year, possibly beyond. But it's been very fun so far. So like I said, possible but not very likely that we'll get started on Stealth Affair tomorrow. But if you would like to stay on top of updates on upcoming streams and whatnot, do follow me on Twitter or join my Discord. The Discord is probably the better place for stream updates. I tend to be pretty forgetful about tweeting stuff. I tweet when I go live, but whenever schedules change or things like that, I'm not always the best at remembering to tweet about it. But with that, I think we will properly say goodbye. And as we round things out here, let me figure out who is streaming so that we can raid them and see what is going on. I I don't usually stream on Fridays, so I'm always like, wait, hang on, who's actually streaming now? But that might give me the opportunity to stream someone I usually don't, maybe? Let's find out. Sure, let's go, we'll raid Mr. Radon. He's raided me a couple of times, so I don't feel like I ever get to raid him. He's a full-blown lunatic who's 100%ing every N64 game. But he's also doing other stuff, and it looks like currently he is playing Front Mission. That looks pretty cool. So let's go say hi to Mr. Radon. Thank you very, very much for hanging out. Thank you for picking excellent and interesting and fun games for me to play tonight. I'll hopefully see you guys tomorrow. We'll see. If not, have a nice rest of your weekend. Take care. Thank you very much for watching.